require the directors to convene extraordinary general meeting EGM, participate in declaration of dividend, demand a poll demand on a particular resolution, petition to High Court for winding up company. एबे आमे जो इंसॉल्वेंसी रिजोल्यूशन जो IBR एक्ट हेची ता अनुसार भी शेयर होल्डर माने अप्लाई करि परिवे फॉर रिजोल्यूशन ऑफ ए कंपनी को बंद करियो बा कंपनी रो फाइनेंशियल ओनरशिप ये चेंज करियो पार्टिसिपेट इन सरप्लस एसेट्स ऑफ द कंपनी इन केस ऑफ वाइंडिंग अप जदि बिक्री हे गेला माने कंपनी जदि क्लोज होची जदि तार किछि एसेट सरप्लस अछि सेटा को माने शेयर करि परिवे निज भीतर शेयर होल्डर सेटा राइट अछि shareholder can ask for documents or copy, share certificate within 3 months, transfer of shares, appeal to CLB, preferential rights on purchase of share. एटा भी बहुत जगह मिले existing shareholder मान को preferential share दिया हुए existing shareholder जो मैंने normal route रे आछन मान को preferential share देले तांकर voting right रहे सेठी पळायनी किंतु जो माने totally preferential route रे आछन तांको voting right मिलियो नाही participate in meetings, inspect and obtain copies of minutes, copy of statutory report, annual reports of directors, annual accounts and auditors report. जहाँ चाहिए मिली परिवो. किंतु it is very difficult. गोटे accounts विषय मागिले आपनकर information will be in gigabytes or megabytes. So सेतकी पढ़ला बेलको आपनको time नहीं. But still you have the right to inspect and know. You can authorize one company or chartered accountant to get into the accounts. It depends on. When any material of any company is sold, then the shareholders get the amount which they are entitled to receive. Jetiki share thibo se proportionately setiki paisa pai paribe. But all this is after accounting for any liabilities. Debtor manakara paisa gala par hi shareholder ta paisa paibo nahale nai. When a company is converted into another company, then it requires prior approval of shareholders. Also, all the appointments has to be done according to all the procedures, and also auditors and directors have to be done. ए सब काम shareholder approval रे ही करियाको पड़िबो. Right to approach the court in case of insolvency. ए right गुडा कोठु आसिला गोटे shareholder पक. Indian Companies Act 1956, which has been modified in 2013. After Indian Contract Act 1872. Memorandum of Association, Article of Association. A Contract Act कहीं की एटी applicable हो जी किसी कहीं कोई परिवे. Contract कौन जानते दी? Do you know what is a contract as per
agreement between two parties which is governed by law.
Which?
Enforced by law.
Enforced in the court of law.
Which can be challenged, but there has to be a consideration also. माने legal गोटे objective थिवो आ गोटे consideration थिवो ताहेले जाई कि सेटा agreement.
That are the parameters, minimum requirement.
Minimum requirement.
Say condition fulfill kale that can be said an agreement.
हाँ जे बिना कंसिडरेशन रे एग्रीमेंट हबो नै एटा भी बुझा खाली लीगल हेले हबो नै माने कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ रे जोटा चैलेंज हे परियो सेटा एग्रीमेंट बोली जे किंतु जदि सेतरे किछि ट्रांजैक्शन नाही ताले एग्रीमेंट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नो सेटा दैट कैन बी एन एग्रीमेंट बट इट कांट बी ए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रे जणे जनको पई किछि गुटे करिवो ता बदल रे किछि गुटे पाइबो एटा हला कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रो बेसिक जिंसो सेत पई जेतेले आपण शेयर होल्डर कथा कहउचंदी गुटे तार केमती कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होउची ना से पैसा लगौची फॉर गेटिंग समथिंग. So there is a transaction, there is a monetary involvement. सेइत लागि इंडियन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एक्ट अंडर रे भी शेयर होल्डर रो राइट्स किछि मिलिबो. आपण जने घर जनकू घर उडा देले आपण घर रे खर्च करचंदी से आपण को रेंट देला तो देयर इज ए ट्रांजैक्शन then it can be a contract. ଆପଣ ଜଣକୁ ଚାକିରି ଦେଲେ ତ ସେଇ ଜାଗାରେ you are getting a service and you are paying for it. Suppose honorary କାମ କରୁଛି ଜଣେ, କିଛି ପଇସା ପତ୍ର ଦଉନାହାନ୍ତି, ସେ ଆସିକି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଅଫିସରେ ବସିକି କାମ କରୁଛି, ସେ ଜାଗାରେ କଣ୍ଟ୍ରାକ୍ଟ, ସେ ଯଦି ସେମିତି ଏଗ୍ରିମେଣ୍ଟ ହେଇଛି ତାହେଲେ ସେଇଟା କଣ୍ଟ୍ରାକ୍ଟ ହବ ନାହିଁ, ଯଦିଓ ସେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସର୍ଭିସ ଦଉଛି। ବୁଝିହେଲା କ'ଣ କହିଲି?
Yes.
Then memorandum of association, ଏଇଟା ହେଲା କମ୍ପାନୀର ଡକୁମେଣ୍ଟ that ଏଇ ଯୋଉ 2 ଜଣ ବା 5 ଜଣ 7 ଜଣ ଯୋଉ ଦେଖିଲେ ପବ୍ଲିକ ଲିମିଟେଡ ହେଲେ 7, ପ୍ରାଇଭେଟ ଲିମିଟେଡ ହେଲେ ଦିଟା ଲୋକ, ଏଇ 2 ଜଣ ଯୋଉ ଏକାଠି ହେଇଛନ୍ତି ଆସୋସିଏସନ ବନେଇଛନ୍ତି, କ'ଣ ପାଇଁ ବନେଇଛନ୍ତି ସେଇଟା ହେଲା ସେ ମେମୋରାଣ୍ଡମ। ତାପରେ ଆର୍ଟିକଲ ଅଫ ଆସୋସିଏସନ, କଣ୍ଡିସନ୍ସ ଅଫ ଦ୍ୟାଟ ଆସୋସିଏସନ, କେମିତି ମାନେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଅବଜେକ୍ଟିଭ ପାଇଁ ଏକାଠି ହେଇଛନ୍ତି କୋଉ କଣ୍ଡିସନରେ କେମିତି କାମ କରିବେ ସେଇଟା ହେଲା ଆର୍ଟିକଲ। ତେଣୁ ବାଇଲ ବୋଲି ନାଁ ଶୁଣିଥିବେ, सोसाइटी ମାନଙ୍କରେ ଥାଏ,
Yes, ଶୁଣିଛି
ଏ ବାଇଲ ହେଲା ସେଇ ଆର୍ଟିକଲ ଅଫ ଆସୋସିଏସନ ଟାଇପର ଜିନିଷ। ତାପରେ ସେୟାର ହୋଲ୍ଡର ଡ୍ୟୁଟି କ'ଣ? There are also responsibility and duties of shareholder which they should perform. Shareholders should participate in general body meetings so that they can see and also can advise on the matters which they feel is not going good. तो ସେମାନେ ମିଟିଂ ଆଟେଣ୍ଡ କରିବା ଦରକାର। ଆପଣ ସେୟାର ହୋଲ୍ଡର ହେଇଛନ୍ତି, ଏଜିଏମ୍ ଆଟେଣ୍ଡ କରୁନାହାନ୍ତି, ଇଆଡେ ସବୁବେଳେ ଚାହିଁବେ ଯେ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସବୁ ବେନିଫିଟ ମିଳୁଥାଉ। ଏହା ନୁହଁ ଯେ ଏଜିଏମ୍ ଆଟେଣ୍ଡ ନ କଲେ ମିଳିବ ନାହିଁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ୟୁ ଆର୍ ନଟ୍ ଡୁଇଂ ୟୋର ଡ୍ୟୁଟି। Shareholders should consult on the matters of finance and other topics. Between themselves, they can consult even an expert and understand whether the company is doing things right. Shareholders should be in touch with other members of the company so that they can see the work progress of the company. Western countries ମାନଙ୍କରେ, ବିଶେଷ କରି ଆମେରିକାରେ ସେୟାର ହୋଲ୍ଡର ମାନେ ଭେରି ଆକ୍ଟିଭ। ଯେମିତି ଆମର, ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଡିଏଭି ସ୍କୁଲ ହଉ ବା ଅନ୍ୟ ଜାଗାରେ ପ୍ୟାରେଣ୍ଟ ମାନଙ୍କର ଆସୋସିଏସନ ହଉଥିଲା, ଯେ ସ୍କୁଲ ମ୍ୟାନେଜମେଣ୍ଟ ଯଦି ଠିକରେ କାମ କରୁନାହିଁ, ଦରମା ବଢେଇବା ପାଇଁ ବହୁତ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରାଇକ୍ ଫ୍ରାଇକ୍ ବି ହେଇଥିଲା। ତା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ଜୁଡିସିଆଲ କମିଟି ବି ସରକାର ବସେଇଥିଲେ ଡିଏଭି ସ୍କୁଲର ଫି ହାଇକ୍ ପାଇଁ, କାହିଁକିନା ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର କମନ ଇଣ୍ଟରେଷ୍ଟ ଅଛି, ତେଣୁ ସେଇଟା ହେଇଥିଲା। ଆଜିକାଲି ସେଗୁଡା ଆଉ ଭାବିଲେ ବି ହବନି, ପିପୁଲ ୱିଲ୍ ନଟ୍ କମ୍ ଫରୱାର୍ଡ ଟୁ ବି ଏନ୍ ଆସୋସିଏଟ୍। ବଟ୍ ସେୟାର ହୋଲ୍ଡର ମାନଙ୍କର ବି ସେଇ ପ୍ରକାର କମନ ଇଣ୍ଟରେଷ୍ଟ ଅଛି। They have invested in a company for some gain. ଯଦି କମ୍ପାନୀ ମ୍ୟାନିପୁଲେଟ କରୁଛି, ତାଙ୍କ ଗେନ୍ ଯଦି ଲାଭ ହଉନାହିଁ ତାଙ୍କୁ, then they have the rights. ତ କେମିତି କରିପାରିବେ ନା, if they come through, ଯୋଉ ଆମେ ପଢୁଥିଲେ କାଲି ଯେ 10% ଅଫ୍ ଦି ପେଡ୍ ଅଫ୍ କ୍ୟାପିଟାଲର 10% ସେୟାର ହୋଲ୍ଡର ମିଶିକି ଏକାଠି ହେଲେ ଗୋଟେ ମିଟିଂ ଡିମାଣ୍ଡ କରିପାରିବେ, କୋର୍ଟ ଅଫ୍ ଲକୁ ବି ଯାଇପାରିବେ କମ୍ପାନୀ ଏଗେନ୍ଷ୍ଟରେ। ତ ସେଇଥିରେ ଆସୋସିଏସନ ଦରକାର ତାଙ୍କର, ମାନେ ଗୋଟେ they have to interact. ଇଣ୍ଡିଆରେ ଏଇ ICICI ବ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ଆଉ ICICI ବ୍ୟାଙ୍କର ଗୋଟେ ସିକ୍ୟୁରିଟି ସର୍ଭିସେସ୍, ମାନେ ICICI ଡାଇରେକ୍ଟ, ୟାର ମର୍ଜିଂ ହେଲା ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗା। ଏଣ୍ଡ ସେଇଥିରେ କିଛି ଯୋଉ ସେୟାର ଆଡଭାଇଜର କମ୍ପାନୀ ଥାନ୍ତି, ଇନଭେଷ୍ଟର ଆଡଭାଇଜର, ମୋତିଲାଲ ଓସୱାଲ ଆଉ କିଏ ସବୁ, 1 or 2 of them were very vocal in opposing that amalgamation. କାହିଁକିନା ଦିଟାକ କମ୍ପାନୀରେ ଅଲଗା ଅଲଗା ସେୟାର ହୋଲ୍ଡର ଥିଲେ। The purpose of the companies were different, performance of the companies were different. ଯେତେବେଳେ ଏଟା ମର୍ଜ କରିବାକୁ ଗଲା, ICICI ସିକ୍ୟୁରିଟିଜ ଟା ମର୍ଜ କଲା ବ୍ୟାଙ୍କରେ, ସେଥିରେ they were of the opinion that ଏଥିରେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ସିକ୍ୟୁରିଟିଜ ବାଲାଙ୍କର ଲସ୍ ହବ। ତ ସେମାନେ ବହୁତ କ୍ୟାମ୍ପେନ୍ ଚଲେଇଥିଲେ, ମେଲ୍ ଆସୁଥିଲା, they were trying to give you information and opposing thing। ଯୋଉଦିନ ମିଟିଂ ଥିଲା EGM ଥିଲା, ସେଦିନ ବି ତା ଆଗରୁ ବି ସେମାନେ ରିମାଇଣ୍ଡର ଦେଇକି they were asking to be present and vote and all that. But ultimately ICICI Bank could merge both the companies. How shareholders should focus on the following: long-term share value, mismatch between owners and management objective, agency cost. Agency cost ହେଲା ଯେ ଆମେ ସବୁବେଳେ ପଢୁଛେ ଯେ ଡାଇରେକ୍ଟର ପେମେଣ୍ଟ, ନନ୍ ଏକ୍ଜିକ୍ୟୁଟିଭ ଡାଇରେକ୍ଟର, ଏକ୍ଜିକ୍ୟୁଟିଭ ଡାଇରେକ୍ଟର କମ୍ପେନସେସନ ଇଜ ଏନ୍ ଏରିଆ, ଯୋଉ ଜାଗାରେ ସେମାନେ ଯେମିତି ପଇସା कंपनी प्रॉफिट रो मैक्सिमम पैसा जमी पाखु न पड़ू मु गोटे छोटिया कंपनी देखी बैलेंस शीट से माने फैमिली ओन बिजनेस पाखापाखि 600 कोटी टका टर्नओवर तांकर सेठी एम्प्लॉई रो मैक्सिमम सैलरी 30 रु 40,000 50,000 होइथिबो गोटे गोटे एम्प्लॉई माने लक्ष 1.5 लाख पाती किंतु सही फैमिली रे तांकर 3टा पुओ आउ 3टा बहु आ से निजे बुढ़ा जी से चेयरमैन से माने 7 जण जाक जेतिकी पैसा मंथली दरमा हिसाब रे नियंती लीगली नियंती माने इट्स नॉट दैट कि आई एम सेइंग जहां नउचंदी सेटा इलीगल काम करतंदी किंतु सी द डिफरेंस से माने माने पाखापाखि 40-50 लाख टंका मासको खाली दरमा नियंती आउ टोटल बाकी एम्प्लॉई दरमा सेतिकी हो नथु सो they are taking that much amount from the revenue of the company. They have the right to take that. I'm not saying that they do not have because they are the only one who has made the company. निज ओन पैसा रो कंपनी बनै लोन नहीं निजर पर्सनल रिस्क बट दैट इज दी एजेंसी कॉस्ट से माने एमटी करके लोक पैसा बाहर करंती कंपनी तो शेयर होल्डर से विषय रे जानिया दरकार यानी कंपनी दरमा जो जिनस एमती ए कंपनी भलो करू कि मंद करू एबे लॉस करची ए मास रे कि प्रॉफिट करची दरमा देबाकू पड़िबो आ दरमा नवाटा लेजिटिमेट ताकू केही मना करि परिबेनी किंतु सही ओनर जी से यदि पैसा नौ कि तार भी नहले न चले देन इट बिकम्स ए नेगेटिव थिंग वर्कर माने नहले न चले कन तांकर किछि एसेट नाही किंतु ओनर रो पैसा थाई पारे आई एम नॉट सेइंग दे शुड नॉट टेक बट व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज दैट इज द एरिया वेयर मनी कैन बी siphoned out of the business which will be detrimental to the business. Corporate governance ପାଇଁ कौन institution अच्छी first and foremost Ministry of Company Affairs और माने तांको अंडर रे तार इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ दिस एक्ट कंपनीज एक्ट 2013 बा जहा भी 1956 एगुडा एमसीए अंडर रे आसे आगुरु एमसीए रे गुडाए जिनस मिलुथला धीरे धीरे जो नुआ सरकार रे सेगुडा सब एवरीथिंग इज बिकमिंग अनरीचेबल आगुरु गोटे कंपनी विषय आपण सर्च कले संगे संग इंफॉर्मेशन पाई किए डायरेक्टर कोन केमिति एबे सेई जो इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सेस करिया को बहुत प्रकार माने ऑब्स्ट्रक्शंस अछि तार मिसयूज हला बोली सरकार कले बोली गोटे जस्टिफिकेशन अछि किंतु आम देश रे एटा ही प्रॉब्लम जे आमे धीरे धीरे इंफॉर्मेशन फ्लो टाको रेस्ट्रिक्ट करला चाहू सो दैट मैनिपुलेशन कैन टेक प्लेस वेरी ओपनली किंतु कंपनी अफेयर्स रो काम हला सोने देखिबे जे इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स रो जहा रिक्वायरमेंट जो अछि बोर्ड रे केते लोक रहया कथा कोन सेटा सब कंप्लाई होछि ना नाही बोर्ड रो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन केमती जेमती आगला सेमती होछि ना नाही जनरल मीटिंग हेछि कि नाही बोर्ड मीटिंग हेछि कि नाही एगुडा सब आरओसी रीजनल ऑफिस रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ कंपनी जोटा अछि आरओसी व्हिच कम्स अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कंपनी अफेयर्स तांको थ्रू रे एगुडा सब चेक होए द रिपोर्ट भी सब से आरओसी रे फाइल हुए तो सेही अनुसार दे शुड गो थ्रू एंड कमेंट इफ रिक्वायर्ड related party transactions audit committee एगुडा सब एंश्योर करिया बा या विषय रूल बनेवा एमसीए रो प्राथमिकता मेन काम and another the biggest powerhouse in ensuring corporate governance is SEBI Securities and Exchange Board of India ensures protection of investors and have mandated the companies to adhere to best practices mentioned in the guidelines a guidelines one देखी Our SEBI has become really powerful from 1992 onwards by an act of parliament. It's an independent body. Bottan seta bhi manipulated. ICAI, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. This is a non-government body into good professional body. Are someone authorized to make the accounting standards and all that. Company
Sir,
Act.
Sir, Ministry of Company Affairs and Ministry of Corporate Affairs.
Ekata.
Alga.
एका एका
अच्छा,
आगु कंपनी थिला एबे ताको कॉर्पोरेट एका एका संस्था
ठीक अछि।
बेले बेले हमरो कर्तव्य पथ आ कोन नहीं सेमती सब हो जाए
हाँ हाँ हाँ
सेवा तीर्थ पीएमओ कहले भल शुणा एबे पुणी ताको सेवा तीर्थ एक प्रकार कथा आउ को ना हो बट बेसिकली दे आर फॉर
सेम
मैनेजिंग कंपनी affairs of company. Wherein the ICA is autonomous body and issues accounting standard. The disclosure of financial statement is also made mandatory by ICI backed by Companies Act 2013. इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट इंस्टीट्यूट भी विराट बड़ा संस्था है बहुत सेठी जो ऑफिस ब्यूरो लगी जमते बाहर बाहर काउंसिल लड़ाई हुए इलेक्शन रे देखिए हाईकोर्ट आड़ को गला बेले भाई हमर जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट आड़ को गला बेले देखिए सब बड़ बड़ पोस्ट लगी तो प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्ट करंतु हमको करंतु ढिंगो करंतु एई जो माने पूरा कॉलेज इलेक्शन बेल को ताटू बड़ कैंपेन एगुडा काहे कि ना दैट्स ए माने गोटे सेमी ऑफिशियल पोस्ट टाइप bar council can debar somebody from practicing in courts ताको लागला जे अमुक लोकटा गोटे वकील जेमती हवा तो सेमती ना काम करनी ताले ताको बार कर दे पारिबे सेमती चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट कैन बार एनी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट फ्रॉम practicing so the association is powerful and it is also has some माने standing of the law माने help of the law companies act 2013 ताको आउरी मजबूत करू so they are the institute or institution who looks after accounting standards and accounting kimti hawa uchit all that they decide and lay down procedures PSC and NSE एगुडा हला स्टॉक एक्सचेंज रो भी निजर पावर अछि प्रतिदिन ट्रेडिंग बेल को स्टॉक एक्सचेंज रे अछि से दे कैन कंट्रोल गोटे कंपनी रा शेयर बिक्री हबो ना नहीं सेतरे फ्रीजिंग कर दियंती आज आउ ट्रेड हेई परिबनी जदि तांको लागला जे किछि माने भूल भाल होउची गड़बड़ी होउची तापरे जो लिस्टिंग एग्रीमेंट इज विथ द स्टॉक एक्सचेंज इट इज नॉट विथ सेबी को डॉक्यूमेंट दिया जाए अप्रूवल निया जाए किंतु जेतले स्टॉक एक्सचेंज लिस्ट हो सेटा एग्रीमेंट स्टॉक एक्सचेंज संगे एग्रीमेंट हो दे आर आल्सो ए क्वासी गवर्नमेंटल बॉडी टाइप तार भी बीएससी रो चेयरमैन के हवा कोन नहीं तार सब रूल अछि एनएससी रो की अछि जेमती प्रति स्टेट रे बहुत स्टेट रे छोट छोट स्टॉक एक्सचेंज थिला एटा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फॉर्म रे हेबा परे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज रीजनल स्टॉक एक्सचेंज रो वैल्यू कमी गला काहे कि ना समस्त ऑनलाइन घर करछुनी आ के मार्केट जीवा दरकार नहीं माने स्टॉक मार्केट जीवा स्टॉक एक्सचेंज को जीवा दरकार नहीं आगरु जेतले पेपर रे ट्रेड होतला सेतेबेले भुवनेश्वर स्टॉक एक्सचेंज जेतले खेलला लोक बहुत खुशी हे गेले कहना किछि ब्रोकर लोकल लोक ब्रोकर भी हेले सो दे आल्सो मेड मनी कहना सेगुडा सब जेमती गोटे कोर्ट खुलिले हाई कोर्ट रो विभिन्न बेंच प्रतिष्ठा ପାଇଁ डिमांड थाए तो द्वारा कौन हो ना किसी वकील को हाई कोर्ट रे बिजनेस माने काम करे को सुविधा मिले बेसी पैसा कमेबे से लोकल स्टॉक एक्सचेंज हेले तार बेनिफिट्स माने पाइबे तो किंतु स्टॉक एक्सचेंज आल्सो हैज इट्स ओन रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन टू रेगुलेट ट्रेडिंग इन मार्केट जेमती छुट्टी पड़ी गले गोटे नोटिस आसीबो बीएससी टू एनएससी टू जे अमुक दिन जहाँ ट्रांजेक्शन नहीं तार सेटलमेंट अमुक दिन हम आगुरी स्टॉक एक्सचेंज रे काम हला को बहुत लफड़ा हो लोक से रखिकी पैसा कमाई दउथि एबे किंतु सेगुडा नहीं ऑनलाइन रे जेते ब्रोकर अछंती जेमती आईसीआईसीआई डायरेक्ट आईआईएफएल एंजल ट्रेडिंग इंक जेमती ग्रो एमाने सब सेगुडा सब अप्रूव्ड बाय सेबी तापरे सेमानकर रेगुलेशन अंडर आसंती सेमानकर थ्रू आपण जेते ट्रेडिंग करतंती दे आर getting some percentage of that they handle lot of money by that they can influence things in indirect way so ताकर rules and regulation बहुत अछि Then next is Institute of Company Secretaries of India. एमाने मीटिंग्स ऑफ बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स केमती हो ता विषय से स्टैंडर्ड फिक्स करे एजीएम ईजीएम रो भी स्टैंडर्ड फिक्स करे Companies Act 2013 empowers this autonomous body to provide standards which each and every company is required to adhere to so that they are not punished under Companies Act itself. Now, company secretary mane are registered with ICSI. Any company secretary who found କିଛି ପଚାରୁଛନ୍ତି? अजय बाबू, अजय कुमार महतो ना कौन? I don't know.
No, sir.
Okay. ସକାଳଟା ଟିକେ ଜଲ୍ଦି ହେଇଯାଉଛି ତେଣୁ ନମ୍ବର ଅଫ ପାର୍ଟିସିପେଣ୍ଟସ୍ କମି ଯାଉଛି. Anyway, we have to finish. So
एमाने सर ये जो कंपनी सेक्रेटरी कोठी काम करते हैं एमाने
बुझिहेलानी
कंपनी सेक्रेटरी कोठी काम करते हैं एमाने
कंपनी सेक्रेटरी रो भी गोटे स्टैंडर्ड देइछि हमर जो कंपनी एक्ट टर्नओवर अनुसार आपण माने माने गोटे कंपनी गोटे पर्टिकुलर अमाउंट रो अधिका हेले कंपनी इज फोर्स टू हैव ए फुल टाइम कंपनी सेक्रेटरी से माने एम्प्लॉय हिसाब रे काम करबे बुझ पइले किंतु टर्नओवर जदि कम थिबो कंपनी रो तो आम इंडिया रे बा ओडिसा रे भी अछंती प्राइवेट practicing company secretaries. They can be company secretary to 10, 20, 50 company रो से माने पार्ट टाइम कंपनी सेक्रेटरी हिसाब रे काम करिवे तांको निजर गोटे फार्म करिवे आउ जो क्राइटेरिया अछि फुल टाइम कंपनी सेक्रेटरी जो जगह रे दरकार ता तळ कंपनी गुडा को ए माने सहाय्य करि परिवे मोर मने पड़िबा आगरे
जेमति सर चार्टर्ड अकाउंट फर्म जेमति सेमति से टाइप रो नहीं
नहीं देखो ऑडिटर जो जिनसटा सेटा कंपनी रो एम्प्लॉय नुहे से केबे इंटरनल ऑडिट अलगा कथा इंटरनल ऑडिट रे जदी कंपनी रे गोटे डिपार्टमेंट अछि सेतरे एनी फाइनेंशियल ग्रेजुएट कैन बी और इवन नॉन फाइनेंशियल ग्रेजुएट कैन बी अपॉइंटेड एज ए ऑडिटर याना तारो स्टैट्यूटरी रोल नाही सेटा इंटरनल कंट्रोल हिसाब रे आसियो बुझ पइले किंतु चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हेले जाय कि आपण ऑडिटर हेबे एंड ऑडिटर इज नॉट एन एम्प्लॉय कंपनी सेक्रेटरी ऑन द अदर हैंड will be an employee for company I think 1000 कोटी ना केते रु टर्नओवर अधिका हेले you have to have a permanent company secretary in your office ताको फुल टाइम दरमा देकी रखे को पड़िबो किंतु
सर हम कंपनी दी जण अछथि कंपनी सेक्रेटरी
आपण को कंपनी रे अछि
कलिंग कमर्शियल कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड
आपण कोन फुल टाइम कंपनी सेक्रेटरी अछंती
नहीं 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 मु कहले हम कंपनी रे दी जण अछथि कंपनी सेक्रेटरी जण कंपनी सेक्रेटरी आ जण होते असिस्टेंट कंपनी सेक्रेटरी
नहीं सेटा थांती सेमति थांती आपण गोटे पूरा तांकर गोटे डिपार्टमेंट हेकी थाए से माने फिर सक्सेशन मु कहली पर सेतरे एम्प्लॉय थाए आपण को ए जो दी जण अछंती कहउचंती दी जण जाको एम्प्लॉय ना से माने कंपनी सेक्रेटरी
फुल टाइम एम्प्लॉय
ओके
पेरोल ले अछथि
पेरोल अछंती तेणु आपण टर्नओवर अधिका थियो
हां 7000 करोड़
हां सेटा मोर मने अछि आपण कंपनी मु जाई छी सामल बाबू ना कोन ओनर बोले
हां समीर दिन साम
ए बरमुंडा रे कोठी ऑफिस अछि
बोरमुंडा रे ओल्ड न्यू ऑफिस
पासपोर्ट ऑफिस पकरे मोर मने पड़ने हम जाई छी बहुत आगु so calling सेमती डिपेंड ऑन दी आपनकर गोटे पूरा कहली सेटा पूरा गोटे काहेकि यू कैन हैव ए टीम ऑफ कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज माने क्वालिफाइड कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज आउ जेमती बड़ बड़ आईटीसी टाटा एमानकर कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज आर वेरी पावरफुल बिकॉज दे आर क्लोज टू द बोर्ड इवन नालको रे भी कंपनी सेक्रेटरी इज वेरी पावरफुल दे कैन मैनिपुलेट दी बोर्ड मीटिंग्स माने तांको करियर पाथ में बहुत कथा करि परिबे किंतु दे आर वेरी माने से माने एथिकल हवा दरकार अनस्क्रपुलस हवा दरकार निज पई न भाबी कि कंपनी रो रूल अनुसार भाबिया दरकार आउ कंपनी सेक्रेटरी इज ए बड़ बड़ कंपनी तो दे आर नेक्स्ट टू डायरेक्टर्स कहना से माने सब बेले डायरेक्टर मान पाखे थांती दे गाइड दी बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स चेयरमैन तांकर निजर दे आर मीटिंग देम ओनली देम तळ ऑफिसर संगे तांकर काम बहुत कम तो आईटीसी फाइटीसी रे जो कंपनी सेक्रेटरी से माने दे आर लाइक राजा तो कंपनी सेक्रेटरी इज ए वेरी वेरी प्रेस्टिजियस पोस्ट किंतु छोट छोट कंपनी रे यू नीड नॉट हैव आउ मु एठी भी ओडिसा रे भी देखिची देयर आर कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज प्राइवेट प्रैक्टिसिंग से माने फ्रीलांसिंग करंदी से माने कोठी काम करंदी नहीं बट स्टिल दे कैन अर्न आल्सो अ लॉट ऑफ मनी बट दे टेक अ लॉट ऑफ रिस्क because छोटो छोटो कंपनी रे compliance is difficult though the number of compliances are less किंतु compliance ensure करिया difficult कहना से ओनर माने they are not professionals तो सही केस रे these company secretary take lot of risk after 2013 companies act तांकर रिस्क भी बढ़ी जाईची अन्य इंस्टीट्यूशन कोडा माने मार्केट ये कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस इंश्योर करिया को हे परियो दे कैन बी मार्केट गोटे हला प्रोडक्ट मार्केट आ गोटे कैपिटल मार्केट ए दी जण दे कैन एक्सर्ट इन्फ्लुएंस ऑन दी कंपनी टू बी एथिकल एंड माने प्रॉपर गवर्नेंस करिया पे बाध्य करि पारिबे इन सम वे और अदर if the firm's product market its capital market and the managerial labor market it hela say you je ke influence kari pare if the firm cannot sell its product in time it will disappear if the firm cannot raise capital it cannot grow if the firm cannot get the retained good managers it will fritter away its resources माने मार्केट तारे तारो कैपिटल रो वैल्यू कोन शेयर रो वैल्यू कोन if that doesn't have a good image से मार्केट रू इन माने पैसा उठेबा मुश्किल प्रोडक्ट रो जदी वैल्यू नहीं ताले बिजनेस करिया मुश्किल नॉट ए गुड कंपनी टू वर्क विथ जदी थिबो ताले एम्प्लॉय रिटेन करिया मुश्किल तो से माने भी इनडायरेक्टली एंश्योर करंती जे कंपनीटा भल रे चालू चालिले जाईकी एई जो तीनटा रिसोर्स एरिया they will they can get benefited by that otherwise company knowledge to be zero information distribution and gatekeeping the gatekeepers are those who not directly connected to the firm but can verify or sometimes warrant the information about the firm आपण माने सुनिथिबे जो स्टॉक मार्केट रो एडवाइजरी कंपनी गुडा बहुत अछंती विभिन्न बहुत गुडा कंपनी अछंती बॉम्बे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज रे इकोनॉमिक चैनल टीवी चैनल माने सब आसी एडवाइस करंती सेमानकर शेयर एडवाइस लोक माने बहुत स्ट्रांगली भी ग्रहण करंती सेही जो लोक माने सेमान को गेटकीपर को आ जाई पारे सेमाने बसिकरी एनालाइज करंती फर्म रो ट्रेंड बिजनेस सेमाने फार्म संगे इंटरेक्ट भी करंती आ कंपनी माने तांको एंटरटेन भी करंती माने दे आर लाइक समबडी जदि नॉट एक्जाक्टली मेडिकल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव किंतु गोटे मेडिकल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव भाई आजिकली यूट्यूब रे इन्फ्लुएंसर कथा कहना तो सेगुड़ा इन्फ्लुएंसर हेले से जदि गोटे कंपनी विषय भल रे कहले ताहले से कंपनी रो लाइकली अछि कि शेयर बेसी बिक्री हो मार्केट वैल्यूएशन बढ़िबो तो से माने भी गोटे ग्रुप हु कैन इन्फ्लुएंस ए कंपनीज फ्यूचर देन बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स हमें आगु भी एटा पढिछि a the board of directors as a collective not individual director they can guide a company to greater heights next is investors problem and protections कौन कौन असुविधा हुए आमे शेयर होल्डर राइट्स विषय पढिछि किछिटा तो सेही थ्रू एटा आसीबो इन्वेस्टर भी आहुरी अछंती जो माने कंपनी को इक्विटी न लगे कि डेब्ट टाइप रो इंस्ट्रूमेंट रे भी पैसा लगांती बा इन्वेस्टमेंट लगांती debenture. It is a type of debt instrument that is not backed by any collateral and are backed only by the credit worthiness and reputation of the issuer. Debenture हला आपण पैसा जमा करिवे based on faith. non convertible debenture, partially convertible debenture, fully convertible debenture. Fully convertible debenture hela after a certain period of time setki paisa will be converted into share. Non convertible debenture hela apankar se paisa kebe bi share re convert hobo nahi, deposit hisab re rahibo ba after a period apanku feri asibo. A partially convertible debenture hela partially convert hobo share ku, partially rahibo ba apanku feri asibo. ei sabu जार इश्यू गुड़ा बा जोटा मार्केट रे जदी एटा चलीला दैट आल्सो रिक्वायर्स अप्रूवल ऑफ सेबी काइना तार गाइडलाइंस गुड़ा देखि कि काइना सेतरे कोनोसी कोलेटरल नाही सेतरे कोनोसी सिक्युरिटी नाही आपण माने केवल कंपनी रो ना रे फेथ रे पैसा रखुचंती परफॉर्मेंस पास्ट परफॉर्मेंस देखि कि रखुचंती जेमती आईआईएफएल गोटे ट्रेडिंग प्लेटफॉर्म अछि सेमानकर एमती नॉन कन्वर्टिबल डिबेंचर गुड़ा इश्यू कलेनी पैसा दउचंती जहा प्रॉमिस करचंती दउचंती ए डिबेंचर जेतेबेले इश्यू हुए सेतेबेले मार्केट रेट रु जो इंटरेस्ट रेट मार्केट रे सेतेबेले सेही टाइम रे चली थाए ताठू उद्धरे इंटरेस्ट देवाकू से संस्था प्रॉमिस करे सेत पई किछि लोक सेठी पैसा लगाते आम लोकल मार्केट रे आपण माने जानि थे भुवनेश्वर रे भी अछंती लोक जो माने मनी लैंडिंग नॉट लॉन्ड्रिंग इट इज लैंडिंग इंडिविजुअल लोक बैंक रु लोन आनले तार गोटे प्रोसीजर अछि कागज कलम करिकी देखिकी आपन क्रेडिट वर्थिनेस देखिकी सने पैसा देबे इंटरेस्ट रेट बहुत बेसी नुह सेटा गाइडेड बाय आरबीआई किंतु इंडिविजुअल लेंडर अछंती जो माने निज पैसा दियंती आपन से माने कोन गोटे गोटे लेंडर मासकु 2% मासकु 3% माने वर्षकु 36% इंटरेस्ट रे दियंती 12% रु अधिकार दियंती सेटा से सेतिकी रिस्क निजे नियंती तो डिवेंचर रे भी सेही टाइप रो कथा आपण जदी भाबुचंती जे अमुक लोक पैसा फेरेबो ताले अमुक कंपनी पैसा फेरेबो ताले आपण सेठी पैसा रखिबे आ लोक एथरे बेनिफिटेड भी हुवंती तो सेही जगह रे तार प्रोटेक्शन कोन अछि एमाने भी गोटे प्रकार इन्वेस्टर दे आर नॉट शेयर होल्डर बट दे हैव इन्वेस्टेड मनी इन दी कंपनी लेंडर गोटे हिसाब तो ताकर राइट्स किछि अछि ना नाही बिकॉज़ डिवेंचर इश्यूज आर आल्सो controlled by SEBI. आगुटे अछि बॉन्ड टा मार्केट रे ट्रेडिंग हुए बॉन्ड टा भी मोटा मोटी सेया कि इट्स अ फिक्स्ड पीरियड रो जिंस सेतरे गोटे प्रॉमिस थाए से प्रॉमिस टा माने कैप्ट करे एंड बॉन्ड इज ट्रेडेबल तार कंडीशन आउटिके स्ट्रिंजेंट जदि बॉन्ड इश्यू करियार कंडीशंस आर मोर स्ट्रिंजेंट टू रिसीव इंटरेस्ट ऑन रिडेम्पशन ऑफ डिवेंचर इन ड्यू टाइम to receive a copy of the trust deed on request को हिसाब रे एटा हेची जो डिबेंचर what are the terms and conditions to apply for winding up a company if the company fails to pay its debts पैसा जदी न देला to approach the debenture trustee with grievances debenture trustee माने तांकर गोटे 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 ग्रुप कराई तो से कंपनी रे जे की ता पय रिस्पांसिबल थो डे टू डे ऑपरेशन पय हमरो सिस्टम रे माने गवर्नमेंट रो रूल रेगुलेशन रे किछि रिड्रेसल मैकेनिज्म अछि की the general grievance of investors that have against companies can be listed as under को प्रकार grievance हेई परिबो furnishing inadequate information or making misrepresentation in prospectus application forms advertisements and rights offer documents delay non-receipt of refund orders, allotment letters, and share certificate, debenture certificate, bonds. Delay non-receipt of share certificate, debenture certificate after transfer. जने आउ जन को देला तापरे नाटा चेंज हेबारे जेमति जमी बिकिले आगरु पट्टा करिया पई म्यूटेशन प्रोसीजर रहया पड़तला केबे हबो कि ठिकना नतला सेत पई बहुत प्रकार माने जने ओनर 3 थर 4 थर बिकि दोतला एपटे जमी किंतु आजिकली सरकार तक स्ट्रीमलाइन करके 7 दिन भीतर पट्टा इश्यू हवा उचित ऑटोमेटिकली गुडाई केस रे सेटा भी हो नहीं किंतु जनरली हो तो एटा गुटे इट माने ये जो नॉन रिसीव्ड ऑफ ना चेंज न हला माने इट क्रिएट्स मोर प्रॉब्लम सो सेटा केमती हबो न हो डिले इन लिस्टिंग ऑफ सिक्योरिटीज विथ स्टॉक एक्सचेंज आजिकली एगुडा ऑटोमेटिक हे गलानी आउ किछि डिले नाही डिले काहे की हुए पैसा पाई की पैसा फेरेबो से जो टाइम टा सब फिक्स करिकी सो दैट କାହାକୁ ସେୟାର ଆଲଟ୍ ହେଲା ସେଟା ଫାଇନାଲ ହବ, ସେଟା ହେଲେ ଯାଇକି ଲିଷ୍ଟିଂ ହବ, ତାହେଲେ ସେମାନେ ବିକା କିଣା କରିପାରିବେ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଯଦି ପଇସା ମିଳିଗଲା କିନ୍ତୁ ସେଗୁଡା କିଛି ଫାଇନାଲ ହେଇପାରିନି ତାହେଲେ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ହବ। କିନ୍ତୁ ତାର ଟାଇମ ବେଶୀ ହେଲେ ସେ ପଇସାରେ ଆପଣ କିଛି ରିଟର୍ନ ଦଉନାହାନ୍ତି, ସୋ ସେଟା ବି ମ୍ୟାନିପୁଲେଟ ହେଇପାରିବ। ସୋ ସେଇଥିପାଇଁ लिस्टिंग रो भी गोटे टाइम बाउंड अच्छी आजिकल हो डिले नॉन रिसीट ऑफ शेयर सर्टिफिकेट बॉन्ड डिवेंचर आफ्टर एंडोर्समेंट ऑफ पार्ट पेमेंट कॉल मनी एटा भी विभिन्न आगु बेसी होतला एबे कमी गलान। तापर डिमेटेरियलाइज हे गला परे आउ एगुडा रे डेरी हो नाही, संगे संगे हे जाउछ। एना आपनकर डीमैट अकाउंट रो आरो डीमैट अकाउंट को तुरंत ट्रांसफर हे। एमती बैंक खाता रे गोटे खाता रे चढ़ी के आरो खाता को पैसा जीवो, पैसा कौन फिजिकली जाउची ना, आगु फिजिकल पेपर थिला हड़ू से असुविधाटा होउतला। एबे आ फिजिकल पेपर नाही, तेणु संगे संगे डिजिटल लेवल रे हे जाउची। एटा भी आ गोटे डिले नॉन रिसीट ऑफ शेयर सर्टिफिकेट बॉन्ड्स डिवेंचर आफ्टर सब डिविजन और कंसोलिडेशन, डिले नॉन रिसीट ऑफ लेटर ऑफ ऑफर ऑफ राइट्स, डिले नॉन रिसीट ऑफ बोनस शेयर्स राइट शेयर, डिले नॉन रिसीट ऑफ नोटिसेस फॉर मीटिंग्स एनुअल रिपोर्ट, डिले नॉन रिसीट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट वारंट एंड डिविडेंड वारंट। आजिकल एगुडा भी नाही काहे ना सब ईमेल आउ बैंक रे एनईएफटी ही जाउची। Fixing unduly high premium on shares, difficulties in sending odd lots, ए odd lots रो प्रॉब्लम भी सॉल्व हो गेला आजिकली। odd lots माने आगु जेतले कागज रे शेयर मिलतला तो गोटे कागज रे 10टा शेयर बा 5टा शेयर बा 15टा शेयर जहाँ भी गोटे फिक्स हिसाब रे आतला, डिपेंडिंग ऑन दी टोटल शेयर होल्डर्स एंड कंपनी जहाँ प्रॉमिस करथो। तो जणे करो अधा माने गोटे शेयर बिकियो 5टा, गोटे पेपर रे 5टा अछि 5टा रु 3टा बिकियो ताले कोन हो, तो से जगह से शेयर सर्टिफिकेट हैज टू बी डिवाइडेड इनटू टू। तो डीमैटेरियलाइज होला परे आउ से इशू गुडा नाही। obtaining undue benefit by company insiders, difficulties in sending orders, delay default in payment of interest or repayment of deposits। कहा को ये कंप्लेन करा जाय परियो, रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ कंपनीज, स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस और सेबी, ये तीनटा जगह रे हमें एटा करि परिवा। यदि ए प्रकार जहाँ जहाँ हमें जो डिले बा जो असुविधा देखिले ता विषय रे वी कैन अप्रोच दीस थ्री एजेंसीज। In certain cases, they can be pursued with the company law board, CLB को भी जारी परिवा। Investor information center have been set up in every recognized stock exchange and which take up all complaints regarding the trades and member of the exchange। Member of exchange माने जो company माने गोटे stock exchange registered इतांती for trading बा broker माने भी registered इतांती तांका विषय रे भी इन्वेस्टर इनफॉरमेशन सेंटर आपण मान को हेल्प करि पारिबो। आजिकली ए जिंस गुडा प्राय कमी गला किंतु मन करंतु आपण ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म रे ट्रेडिंग करथि, से प्लेटफॉर्म ऊपर यदि किछि कंप्लेन अछि आपण ए सेबी आरओसी मान को भी कंप्लेन करि पारिबे। Moreover, two other avenues are also available to investors to seek redressal of their complaints. Complaints with consumer dispute redressal forum, consumer court by suits in court of law, normal court रे भी जाइए आपण कंप्लेन करि पारिबे। Considering the cost and time involved, the investor should better opt for आजिकली सेबी रो गोटे ऑनलाइन ऐप हे जाई जो थरे की you can file complaints against any company or even traders or even trading platforms, stock exchange सब ऑनलाइन रे करि पारिबे। SEBI has issued rules, regulations and guidelines to monitor the working of various players both in the primary market and secondary market। Primary market कौन हो और secondary market कौन हो? Stock exchange का secondary market की primary market normally जो हमें trading को चित्तरंजन बाबू आइला वालों को गारो काट ले दियो। स्टॉक एक्सचेंज जो हमें ट्रेडिंग करू whether it is primary or secondary,
Primary.
secondary हमें जो ट्रेडिंग करू प्राइमरी केवल जो आईपीओ प्रेफरेंशियल शेयर जेतेबेले कंपनी इश्यू करे आपण मानकु शेयर एटा हला प्राइमरी आउ जोडा आसी कि पुणी गार काटली
Sorry sir, गारा काट नथिला. Actually, I tried to speak, but concept seat at the upper asile. I didn't intentionally do it.
सेगुड़ा मते बहुत डिस्टर्ब करू कोन होतु जेंदी देखु नांदी जीए आइले तांकर गोटे चलला ओके अंडू कर दियंतु से गारा गुड़ा पळेबो मैडम जो से बदे बर्तन अंडू कले से गारा गुड़ा पळेला मु जानि आई डोंट नो व्हाट इज दैट सो मुझे सेबी रो ऐप कहउतले एटा स्कोर्स ए इन्वेस्टर कंप्लेंट रिड्रेसल थ्रू वेब बेस्ड सिस्टम आमर जो पीएससी एनएससी रे जहाँ हमें ट्रेडिंग करू सेगुड़ा सब सेकेंडरी मार्केट थरे माने ऑलरेडी अछि दैट इज ड्रिवन बाय द मार्केट फोर्स प्राइमरी हला जेतले आईपीओ हुए बा प्रेफरेंशियल शेयर हुए ठीक बा राइट्स इशू हुए सेगुड़ा सब प्राइमरी शेयर इशू हुए से जगह रे बा कंपनी बेले बेले बायबैक करे जे मु शेयर किनिबी जीए ओनर से जेतले ट्रेडिंग करे आपन संगे सेटा हला प्राइमरी आ मार्केट रे जेतले आपण आउ जण कोटू आउ गुटे बायर टू आपण किनंती सेटा हला सेकेंडरी सो प्राइमरी और सेकेंडरी मार्केट हो आउ लोन उठाए जेंती कंपनी गुटे जायरो लोन उठाए सेटा हला प्राइमरी बस ये जो म्यूचुअल फंड रो जो इन्वेस्टमेंट सेटा कोन कहले सेकेंडरी ना प्राइमरी
That is also secondary, sir.
सेकेंडरी परे भी सेकेंडरी माने you invest with a mutual fund company who is guided by SEBI and other things. They then think about where to invest and they invest. And they are actually influencers in a way. Because they sit with so much of money that if they invest properly, the company can get benefited. And the company may also try to influence them to invest in their company. Sei jaga re, जो फंड मैनेजर था his role is very crucial आउ सेबी गाइडलाइंस रे तांको रोल भी किछि किछि इन लेखा है रोल ऑफ कंपनी सेक्रेटरी 383A of 1956 सही तरह हां एतरे पेड अप शेयर कैपिटल रो बेसिस रे ही कंपनी सेक्रेटरी फिक्स होंती आई डोंट नो आई विल जस्ट सी इफ 2013 रे किछि चेंज हेछि की somehow I have not updated it. I don't know why. Maybe there is no change. Paid up capital कथा कहितली आपण मानकू जे केते टंका पेड अप कैपिटल जहा एक्चुअली इन्वेस्ट ही 5 कोटी रु ऊपर को हेले होल टाइम कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज मान को रखिया को पड़िबो आ 10 लाख having a paid up share capital of 10 lakh or more but less than 5 crore is required to engage the services of a secretary in a whole time practice for issue of compliance certificate. ये जो पार्ट टाइम जो माने काम करंती से माने एनुअल फाइलिंग और बोर्ड मिनिट्स फिनिश एगुडा रखिया रे कंपनी को पार्ट टाइम बेसिस रे सहायता करती किंतु जोडी फुल टाइम अछि ही टेक्स केयर ऑफ ऑल द रिक्वायरमेंट्स आ लिस्टेड कंपनी रे तो कंपनी सेक्रेटरी इज द फाइलिंग अथॉरिटी कंप्लायंस अथॉरिटी रे ऑफिसर हिसाब रे ताकू धरा जाय कंपनी सेक्रेटरी CS is a vital link between the company and its board of directors. Our company secretary office, they handle the share issue, जो registry पूरा से माने handle करने बड़ा बड़ा कंपनी चाहिए कि जो कंपनी रे पब्लिक लिमिटेड माने IPO होता है से जायरा कंपनी secretary role becomes much more. Ensure the board procedures are followed and regularly reviewed. Provide guidance to chairman and directors, commands high position in the value chain and acts as a conscience seeker of the company. How अन्य stakeholder किए अछंती corporate governance system रे तो customer माने भी गोटे प्रकार stakeholder they can make or break a company. Investors are also a stakeholder. and community also is a stakeholder who can influence the company to be more governed properly. Good corporate governance requires that a firm pursue its goals efficiently, at the same time take into account the harm that it is causing to some stakeholders and try to ensure that losers are adequately compensated. Like ଆମେ disaster management ରେ ଯେମିତି ଦେଖୁଥିଲେ ଯେ pollution create करे industry, no doubt. The corporate governance ଯଦି ଭଲ ଥିବ ସେ company ତାଙ୍କର first and primary ହବ ଯେ ସେମାନେ pollution control measures ଲଗେଇବେ, plantation ବଢେଇବେ, ଯାହା ସେଗୁଡା ସବୁ sincerely କରିବେ, ଖାଲି paper ରେ କରିବେ ନାହିଁ, ଯାହା rule regulation ତାଙ୍କୁ କୁହାହେଇଥିବ ଯେମିତି operate କରିବାକୁ ହେଲେ they will try to they will adhere in right earnest. So ସେଇଟା ବି ହେବ. Good corporate governance demands that the firm take account of the effects of its action on these people. ଯାହା ବି ହଉ ଯୋଉମାନେ ତାଙ୍କର ଅଛନ୍ତି. So ଯେମିତି ଗୋଟେ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି example ଯେ ଆମେ ଯଦି waste water ଯଦି ଆମେ ଛାଡ଼ିବା river system, so we will be affecting the whole community. तो ସେଇ ଜାଗାରେ କାମ ହେଲା ଯେ ଆମେ କେମିତି ତାକୁ properly treat କରିକି ଛାଡ଼ିବା. ଗୋଟେ film ଥିଲା ନସିରୁଦ୍ଦିନ ସାର୍, ମୋର ମନେ ପଡୁନି, ସେ ଜାଗାରେ ପଞ୍ଜାବରେ ପାଣି ପୁରା କେନାଲର ପାଣି ପଲ୍ୟୁଟ ହେଇକି ପିଲାମାନେ ମରି ଯାଉଥିଲେ. ତାଙ୍କ skin disease, cancer and all that was happening. So that was because the company was manipulating things. So now last part is banks and corporate governance. I think 8ଟା ବାଜିଗଲା, so I will finish ରଖିଦେବି. କାଲି we'll close this and take up module 4. So this is 3, na? So we'll close this on 3. Kind of bank rep, corporate governance is also very crucial. କାହିଁକି ନା ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ପଇସା ଆମର ଇନଭଲ୍ଭ ଅଛି. ୟେସ୍ ବ୍ୟାଙ୍କ କଥା ଆପଣମାନେ ଶୁଣିଥିବେ. Payment banks ଏବେ Paytm payment banks କେମିତି RBI ତା ଲାଇସେନ୍ସ withdraw କଲା, so that is also there. So and banks ର corporate governance ପାଇଁ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ତାଙ୍କର ନିଜର ଗାଇଡଲାଇନ୍ସ ଅଛି ଯୋଉଥିରେ କି ସବୁ ବହୁତ ଦେଶର ରିଜର୍ଭ ବ୍ୟାଙ୍କସ୍, ସେଣ୍ଟ୍ରାଲ ବ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ସେମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ଏକା ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ବସିକି ଗୋଟେ ଗାଇଡଲାଇନ ବାସିଲ ଗାଇଡଲାଇନ୍ସ ବୋଲି କହନ୍ତି. We'll read about that tomorrow. ଆମେ 9 ରୁ 10:30 ବୋଧେ 1.5 ଘଣ୍ଟା ନୋଟିସ ପାଇଲେଣି?
No, sir.
କାଲି ରଶ୍ମି ମ୍ୟାଡମ କହୁଥିଲେ ମିଟିଂ ରେ. So କାଲି ହବ 9ଟା ରୁ 10:30 we'll have corporate governance classes in the morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Very good morning to all. Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Dear, very good morning. Today will be a good day for you because you have to learn many things relating to your measures of dispersion, again your probability, correlation and regression. Today I plan to complete the following. So after I will complete measures of dispersion, that is here, that is absolute measures, and relative measures. I'll try, that is probability, correlation, and regression. This is the plan of covering of your syllabus. So please recall our yesterday discussion. I have completed how to calculate, that is a single value from a data of observations or data set or a distribution which represent the entire, we can say, data set. That is called your statistical average, or we can say that is a measure of central tendency. That I have completed. I have omitted two things, geometry mean and Harmon mean. You please cover yourself because it is not so relevant in our further analysis. For sake of study, like your BSc become, that is there, but for our decision making purpose, when we use our statistics, we do not use this, your geometry mean, Harmon mean, but we commonly use your mean, arithmetic mean, median, and mode. Now, next one, what to do? We have to see today measures of dispersion. What is measures of dispersion? See here. So, measures of dispersion. Say, I'm giving two, we can say, tables. Table 1 and 2. Here, suppose there are 5 subjects. Subject 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a student secured, let's say, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. This is the marks secured by student 1. Similarly, that is your second student. The marks are 40, 50, 60, 70, and 80. Just please see here. It is very interesting to examine the nature of data set. In case of a student, that is, you can say, even suppose a student, suppose I am writing student 3. Let's say here 10, 20, 100, suppose 70. If you find the total aggregate mark of student 1, you find summation is called of that is your total mark. Here you find 300. In this case also you find 300. In this case you also find 300. Now see, if you find the mean x, as I have told you yesterday, summation x by n, or here it is 60, it is also 60, it is also 60. three students, when they meet each other, suppose one will ask 2, what is your average mark? 60. 3, what is the average mark? 60. What you find? Student 3, he in one paper he scored 100 out of 100. Another paper, that is 100 out of 100. But in one paper, 10. When result is declared, that is result of 3 is not shown, and that is first class failed student. He tells me that I am first class student, but he is a failed student. It's a new thing. But see, student 1, he scored 300 marks, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. He maintains consistency of securing marks in each paper. Second, student 2, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Again also average of 60. Now what is see? If we draw a conclusion, if we draw a findings, basing upon average, it is not sufficient to find out the basic characteristics of a data set. Yesterday I have told you there are 3 basic characteristics of data set. 1, that is your central tendency characteristics. 2, that is your dispersion characteristics. 3, that is your skewness or normality characteristics, symmetrical characteristics. There are 3 characteristics of data set: central tendency characteristics, dispersion characteristics, your skewness, or you can say the normality characteristics. Now we have to again go for further analysis to find out what are that is other characteristics of our data set. That is called your if you see this first one, that is what is your maximum mark? 60, minimum 50. What is the range of this? Only 2 marks. You see average 60. If you see your maximum 62, minimum 58, so the difference between maximum value and minimum value is 2. In this case, here minimum value is 40, maximum value is 80. Here you can say difference is, you can say 40. In this case, you find here maximum is 100, minimum is 10, so difference is 90. Remember, it is very interesting to that is highlight, that is all the values of variable, whether they are clustering or they are far away. In this case here, we have to examine that is how individual values of variable that is are deviating, or we can say deviating, or we can say having some more distance or less distance from our central value. Central value speaks what? The average or central tendency characteristics of a data set. But second one, how individual values are deviating, are dispersing, are varying from the central value. That is to examine this, we have to that is focus on measures of dispersion, measures of variation, how individual values are varying from the central values. This is a topic of that is our discussion, measures of variation, or measures of dispersion. Mr. Santosh, I am clear? Mr. Santosh.
Yes, sir.
So measure of variation is used to find out another characteristics of a statistical series or statistical distribution. Because if we draw a conclusion basing upon central value, wrong decision. That is a wrong decision. That means in the second, you see, student number 3, 60% mark, but in 2 paper he failed. But another 2 paper he scored 100 marks. Can you claim that student 3 is a best student? Never. Because that means he scored 10 marks in 1 paper, failed. Another paper 20 marks, failed. That is, he is a failed student, though he scored 100 in some other paper. So this type of nature, this type of characteristic, this type of feature, that we have to study it by using another statistical method, that is called measures of dispersion or measures of variation. Measures of dispersion or measures of variation. Now, let us see here. What are the measures of dispersion? What are the major variation? I'm showing a diagram. Here see measures of dispersion. Anyway, now it's here. That is, all the measures of dispersion are categorized measures, sir. You can take Lipi. What are the two category of measures of variation? One is absolute, second one relative. Lipi, am I clear? Lipi,
What is measures of dispersion?
two types. One absolute measure, second one relative measure. Absolute measure of dispersion, second one relative measure of dispersion. Under absolute measure of dispersion, you can see here one range, one quartile deviation, one mean deviation, next one you can say your standard deviation. Your standard deviation. These are absolute measure of dispersion. Absolute measure of dispersion are, we can say, there are four types. We can say range, quartile deviation. Then we can say your mean deviation. Then we can say your standard deviation. So basically, these are known as measures of absolute measures of dispersion. Absolute measures of dispersion. So first one, what is range? What is range? Range is the difference between, we can say, highest value and lowest value of the distribution. Highest value and lowest value of the distribution. That is called your range. L minus S. Here see. Now let us go step by step. Absolute measure, range, quartile deviation, mean deviation, standard deviation. Relative measures are, we can say, that is coefficient of range, coefficient, we can say, coefficient of range, coefficient of quartile deviation, coefficient of mean deviation, and coefficient of, we can say, your standard deviation. Coefficient, we can write here, coefficient, we add one, coefficient of range, coefficient of quartile deviation, coefficient of mean deviation, coefficient of standard deviation. That I have to discuss now one by one. How to calculate first one, your range. So range is first one, range. Now see here. Suppose in the month of April and the maximum rainfall in Bhubaneswar, sort of say, you can say 100 millimeter like this, and minimum is, we can say, maximum 100, minimum 20. So here see the difference between minimum and maximum is known as the difference between a maximum and minimum known as your range. Range, the formula will be that is largest value, largest minus lowest, or we can say highest minus lowest. Highest minus lowest value of a distribution known as range. Known as range. So here see, suppose a student secured marks 25, 35, 60, 40, let's say 80. Now, if you examine for the lowest mark, lowest is 25. For the highest mark, highest is 80. So range is equal to 80 minus 25 is equal to 55. Is equal to 55. So lowest, or we can say largest minus smallest, or highest minus lowest is known as your range. So you see,
Yes, sir.
what is range?
Range is the difference between highest value and lowest value in distribution.
Range, okay. Now this is called your, you can say, individual series. Similarly, in case of suppose your discrete series, suppose there are 500 students like this. Over here, if you write a discrete series, marks here frequency. Now, marks suppose 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Now, in this case, you find suppose 10 marks, 100, you can say 80 students, here 120 students, here 90 students, here 110 students, like this. If you see here, that is here 50 marks, 60 students, 60 marks, 140 students. Here we can say there are 600 students. Total is 600 students. So there are 600 students, and this is their marks distribution. Now, what is the range? Can you tell me? Can you, Mr. Santosh? Mr. Santosh,
Yes, sir.
Question
can you tell me if this is the question? 20 marks, 120 students. 30 marks, 90 students. 40 marks, 110 students. 50 marks, 60 students. 60 marks, 140. What is range value? Range is the difference between highest and lowest. What is the highest value? 60. Here highest value is 60, lowest value is 10. So the difference between highest value and lowest value, we do not focus on the frequency. We have to see what is the highest value and what is the lowest value. Range is equal to highest minus lowest value. What is
Sir, voice cut out.
Sapati, hello.
Sir.
Am I audible?
Sir, AB audible.
Audio, okay. There's some internet problem. Anyway, now see here. Let us continue. So because time is very short, we have to complete a lot of things. Now see here, range. Range is the difference between highest value and lowest value. I hope it is clear.
Your board is not visible.
Sir, you are not visible, sir.
देखिए मुझे actually mute video. Video টা আসলে लोग जॉइन कर दिबी Dear students, now it is okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Please respond. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 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 Now here. Now you see, first one I have told you what is range. Next one, coefficient of range. You see, second one,
Sir,
coefficient.
ଟିକେ sir, sir ଟିକେ ପଚାରିବି କି sir?
What's that?
Sir, ଯୋଉ କହିଲେ range is the difference of highest and lowest of whom? So उधर x और f कार x ର ନା f ର variable ର ନା frequency ର?
Value ର
Frequency ର
only
ନୁହେଁ ତ?
value. ନା ନା frequency ନା ଆମର ପୁରା central
x
tendency
x
କଣ?
ର x
Value.
ମାନେ variable.
X ର. Is it clear? Here the value of the variable, highest value minus lowest value is the range. Take for example, suppose in case of your, you can say frequency table. So your continuous series, here x, here f, 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40. Suppose here 6, 75, 61, left 120. Here we do not take into consideration, ignore. What is the lowest value? 0. Highest value 40. Here highest minus lowest 40 minus 0 is equal to 40. This is range. This is range. Range is the simple difference between your highest value and lowest value. I hope it is clear.
Sir, then,
Mr. Sapati?
sir, then, oh, sir, then what is the use of frequency column?
See, we have to find out how frequency rating is irrelevant. Frequency rating is high. In case while we calculate range, frequency column has no, we can say, important here. We have to simply find out what is the highest value and what is the lowest value. The difference between highest value and lowest value is known as range. So when we ignore frequency, it is one of the demerit. It is one of the limitation of our range. So range or limitation of we are not considering frequency. I hope clear.
Yes, sir.
Then coefficient of range. What is coefficient of range? Here see, coefficient range is a ratio form, or we have to express in the percentage form. So coefficient range is equal to, we can say, here coefficient of range. See coefficient of range. Here it is equal to highest minus lowest divided by highest plus lowest. That is, if we express in the ratio form, then we can call as a coefficient of range. Coefficient of, we can say, range. Coefficient of range is the difference between, we can say, is a ratio of highest minus lowest divided by, that is your highest plus lowest. In this way, we have to, that is, find range of the, we can say, series, range of the series. So now, or we can say largest value and smallest value. If we find simple the difference, that is range. If we form a ratio, largest or highest minus lowest or smallest divided by largest plus smallest, then we call it as your coefficient of range. Second one, now as regards your partition values, just see here. Yesterday I have told you how to calculate median. Median. Just suppose, can you tell me what is median? Median. What is median? Mr. Satpathy, median is the middle value of the middle item of the series when we arrange the data either in the ascending order or descending order of magnitude. Mr. Satpathy, am I clear?
Yes, sir. Median, sir, median divides data set into two parts.
Correct. Now, you just see here that is, suppose hello. Okay. Now here. Now, if we divide the data, this is your median. Median divide entire data set into two equal parts, and middle value is median. If we divide into four equal parts, the first part called your quartile one. This is quartile 2. You can say quartile 3. Here, this is quartile 2. That means when we divide entire data into four equal parts, part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, then the first one, that is the first part, that is, we can say is a quartile 1, median is equal to quartile 2, then your, we can say, third part is your quartile 3. So similarly, if we divide the data into 10 equal parts, like this, 10 equal parts, then we call as decile. If we divide into 100 equal parts, then we call as percentile. So here, percentile. These are organized for your, that is, partition values. That is, if we divide, I repeat again, if we divide the entire data into two equal parts, the middle value is known as median. If we divide the data into four equal parts, then the middle value between first and second part is called quartile 1. Second and third part, the middle value is called quartile 2 or median, and that is the middle value between third part and fourth part, known as quartile 3. So quartile 1 and quartile 3 are other known as quartiles. And by using the formula of median, the formula that we use for calculating median is very similar for calculating quartiles, for calculating deciles, or for calculating percentiles. So remember, quartile, decile, and percentile are the partition values of a particular data distribution or particular data set. Now, next one I will see here, what is quartile? I will see quartile deviation. After discussing range, then we have to see quartile deviation. So quartile deviation, that is the difference between, you can say, quartile deviation. Quartile, you may get a problem in the coming exam. Calculate quartile deviation. Quartile deviation is equal to Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. Divided by 2 is your quartile deviation. Quartile deviation is calculated by using the formula, that is Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. Sometimes we can also find out that is your quartile range, the difference between Q3 and Q1, we can say this is interquartile range, IQR. If I write IQR, interquartile range, that is called your Q3 minus Q1. This is called your difference between Q3 and Q1. So this is the second, we can say, method of measuring, we can say dispersion. Next one, we have to go to, we can say here, that is mean deviation. What is mean deviation? Mean deviation is another, we can say, measure of dispersion. Mean deviation. How to find mean deviation? Take for example, I am explaining. Let 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 5 values of a variable. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here you find first one. What is summation x? Summation x, we find that is here 30. 30. Now, if you find the mean is equal to summation x by n, 30 by 5 is equal to 6. Mean is equal to 6. Now, I will explain how to calculate mean deviation. How to calculate mean deviation. Now, first calculate the mean here, then x minus x bar. X minus x bar. That means individual values minus your mean value. Here 4 minus 6, 5 minus 6, 6 minus 6, 7 minus 6, 8 minus 6. Here if you find, that is your minus 2. Here you find your minus 1. Here you find 0. Here you find 1. Here you find 2. Then if you find summation of absolute deviation, that is here we can say if you find the d, so summation of d, it is equal to 0. Is 0. Then what to do? The mean deviation is expressed as, that is arithmetic mean of the absolute deviation of individual items from the respective mean. What is mean deviation? Mean deviation. Mean means arithmetic mean. Deviation means difference. Deviation of individual values from their respective mean. In this way, we have to find out, that is called your, that is deviations. Now, here if we take sign of all deviations, then sum of the deviation will be 0. So what to do? We have to ignore sign. If you ignore sign, then what we get? That is here I am writing absolute, that is difference. Absolute difference. Now, what you do here? Instead of 2, we have to have 2. Here 1, 0, 1, 2. Then summation absolute deviation is equal to here, that is 6. Here 6. So mean deviation will be, you can say, mean deviation is equal to, that is summation absolute deviation divided by n. Here 6 divided by, here how many items are there? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 by 5. This is called 1.2. 1.2 is our mean deviation. Mean deviation is another measure of dispersion we call as mean deviation. That is arithmetic mean of the deviations of the absolute deviations taken from their respective arithmetic mean. And mean deviation, arithmetic mean, or sometimes we also calculate mean deviation from median, or sometimes also we calculate mean deviation from the mode. प्रथमे मीन मीडियन मोड गोटे जे कोन बाहर करिबा तापर डेविएशन गोटा बाहर करिबा तापर समेशन ऑफ द एब्सोल्यूट डेविएशन डिवाइड बाय द समेशन f or n is known as mean deviation, known as mean deviation. So in this way we can find out the mean deviation. Mean deviation. Now what is your coefficient of mean deviation?
Statistic last statistic से कहले जोटा तार बाहर ना जोटा mean is a mean deviation formula टा देखो
अब हमर होची समेशन ऑफ एब्सोल्यूट डेविएशन समेशन ए लिखिছি समेशन
0
here see mean deviation formula is equal to mean deviation summation sigma d absolute here by n. This is your mean deviation. Mean deviation.
आंसर टा केते 0 0
Of
वाला
the
आंसर
absolute deviations. Absolute deviation कहले हमें we have to ignore plus and minus sign. Plus minus sign यदि नबा total deviation हबो 0 हबो तेणु किछि लाभ नै has no meaning. If we take into account the signs plus or minus, then total deviation will be 0. So to find out the mean deviation, Mr. Satpathy, am I clear?
yes sir
Mr. Satpathy,
sir सतरा आंसर टा हला ना 1.2 so whether the answer is 6/5 equal to 1.2
1.2 also. Just answer. Sum of the absolute deviation divided by the number of, you can say, items is known as mean deviation.
You have said the definition arithmetic mean of deviation of absolute deviation.
Bas. The arithmetic mean of the absolute deviations. Correct. Arithmetic mean of the absolute deviations known as, that is your mean deviation. Known as mean deviation. Is it clear? बर्तमान मते कहले if it is a frequency distribution, the frequency table हेतिबो ताहाले तार mean deviation किन बाहर करिबा frequency. Now I just here I am writing the formula mean deviation of the frequency distribution. Just I insert f in the formula. Here see the formula will be some sigma f d modulus divided by summation f. This is the formula of mean deviation of frequency table. Mean deviation of the frequency table. Simple हमें f multiply करियो और कुछ नहीं. Similarly, in case of continuous series, what to do? We have to convert into a discrete series. Then we have to find the arithmetic mean. Then we find what? Then we find the deviations of individual values from the arithmetic mean. Then we have to use the formula summation f means frequency into d modulus. D modulus means absolute deviation. Absolute deviation. This is the way by which we can have to find out the mean deviation. So remember, range, quartile deviation, mean deviation are not much more important in our further statistical analysis. Here, what is the limitation of mean deviation? You would question pacharibo. Mean deviation or limitation kono? Simple answer kaiba. While we calculate mean deviation, we ignore sign. आमे जेतो साइन टा को इग्नोर करूचे तेणु मीन डेविएशन एटा होची बिगेस्ट लिमिटेशन ताला साइन जदि नबा कोन करिबा आई टेल यू लेट्स सी हियर नेक्स्ट वन व्हाट इज द कोएफिशिएंट मीन डेविएशन कोएफिशिएंट मीन डेविएशन कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ मीन डेविएशन इज इक्वल टू मीन डेविएशन जहां से मीन डेविएशन कैन राइट mean deviation divided by mean. Again, mean deviation divided mean is equal to, we can say, relative measure of mean deviation, relative measure. Similarly, if we calculate deviations from median, then the first one, this is the formula of calculating absolute mean deviation. Then if we write median, we have to write median. If deviations are calculated from your mode, then we write mean deviation by mode. In this way, we have to calculate, that is your what? That is your mean deviation and coefficient mean deviation, where that is while we may calculate the deviation either from mean or median or mode. Please go through the study material or go to any statistics book. You can get all the details further. Next one, most important is, now I have to discuss today, that is which is highly relevant in your statistical analysis. Highly relevant, that is SD or standard deviation. Standard deviation. Here, now we have to focus on most important type of dispersion, that is standard deviation. Standard, the name is standard deviation. Actually, if you define standard deviation, please remember that is, it is defined as, that is root mean square deviation. Root mean square deviation. Just you see by here, see here, and when deviations are taken from what? Taken from your mean. Here standard deviation, that is symbolized by this letter, small letter sigma. Here summation d square by n root of. Summation d square, d means we can say here deviation taken from arithmetic mean. Deviation taken from arithmetic mean. In here, see here, sometimes you can here see d is equal to x minus x bar. I will explain it. Some books are there, instead of writing d, they can write small x. Here you can write also small x. But normally it is better if we present that is your d. Here summation d square divided by n whole root of r. Here d is equal to x minus x bar. Now let us give some attention on this. So here see, suppose there are five items. Yes.
Please can you repeat it again? Standard deviation.
I am explaining with a small example. The छोटी example देखिए बुझाऊँगी, इतनी बुझ परिवे. सब वाले standard deviation का नवा पढ़ियो for statistical analysis. Most. Now suppose there are 5 variables. 3 values of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean x is equal to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, what is your arithmetic mean? Your arithmetic mean is equal to summation x by n. Summation x is equal to that is 25. 3 plus 4, 7. Plus 5, 12. Plus 6, 18. Plus 7. Here, if you find the summation x, summation sigma x is equal to 25. Arithmetic mean is equal to 25 by
5, sir.
25
5.
by 5 is equal to
5. 5,
Clear?
sir.
5. 5. Now see here. First what to do, you find here I with the exhibit B. Then you find D. D is equal to x minus x bar. X minus x bar. Now see here 3 minus 5, 4 minus 5, 5 minus 5, 6 minus 5, 7 minus 5. Now, what we get? This is minus 2. What we get? Minus 1. What we get? 0. What we get? 1. What we get? 2. Now, what to do? We have to again make it square. This square. So that why we go for squaring it? Because if any deviation is a positive, negative one, if we make it square, automatically it will positive. Mr. Santosh, is it yes or no? When there
Yes,
is
sir. It will be positive.
negative will be converted to positive. Now,
Positive, sir.
here this square, here 4.
Sir, one thing. जो हम जो d टा जो बाहर कले x minus x मीन तार समेशन टा 0 हवा दरकार सबल में जो d equal to x minus x बार तार फॉर्म टा सबल में 0 हवा दरकार के
जदि हमें साइन टा को नबा प्लस माइनस साइन नबा ताहले निश्चित 0 हो
0 हां सेटा सर मोर
किंतु से 0 को अवॉइड करिया पई हमें कोन करिवा स्क्वायर करिवा रूट बाहर कर दबा again only with an objective to get some positive values.
Positive value, okay.
और statistical measure हमर किस करिबा नै ऑलरेडी हमरो स्टैटिस्टिशियन माने ए प्रोसेस रे बाहर करछन चलो इट जस्ट हियर अगेन इट इज 0 it is 1 2 now summation of d square how much coming here 6 sorry how much coming here you can say 10 summation here 4 plus 1
summation of d square or summation of d
d square
9 1
here if you find summation d is equal to 0 but summation d square हम squaring करियो पड़िबो we have to make it
10 sir
square कोन पई ना जदी ओटे -2 टा अछि से ऑटोमेटिकली पॉजिटिव हो जिवो then -2 into -2 is equal to 4 root 4 is equal to केते either plus -2 हमें plus टा नबा now here in this case you find that is here standard deviation is equal to summation d square by a root over. In this case, 10 divided by 5 root over. That is root 2. Root 2. So first what to do?
टिके साइड हे जे सर ब्लैक बोर्ड रे देखा जाउन व्हाइट बोर्ड
देखा लगी तमन एटा हला सिंपल सीरीज इंडिविजुअल सीरीज ठीक है हम दि फ्रीक्वेंसी करिबा फ्रीक्वेंसी एटा नबा मन देखो फ्रीक्वेंसी नबा दैट इज हियर सपोज 3 अछि f नबा f एक छोटा फ्रीक्वेंसी नबा 2 1 2 एनी स्मॉल फिगर नहीं ए तमन 2 3 4 suppose here 2 here in the 5 7 8 suppose 10 10 summation f is the frequency 3 value रो frequency 2 4 value रो frequency 1 5 value रो frequency 2 6 value रो frequency 2 7 value रो frequency 3 हमें हम कौन करिवा first what to do we have to find mean भाग करे पड़े प्रथम mean भाग करे हेले what to do how to simple form कर anyway suppose हमें fx भाग करिया बत काली कहिली f into x fx 3 into 2 6 4 into 1 4 5 into 2 10 6 into 2 12 7 3 18 what is the summation fx summation fx will be 6 10 10 20 ये होची 18 বার 30 total হচ্ছে summation fx is equal to 40 suppose 48 50 আচ্ছা দেখুন 3 into 2 6
हेलो सर 7 into 3 21 ଆସିବ ନା sir
70
Last time?
thank you thank you কেতে আমরা আসিয়া দেখিলে total summation fx
53
sir
53 ये तो 21 12 33 10 53 now here's what to do summation fx बाहर करें then what is your arithmetic mean will be 53 divided by 10 5.3 here arithmetic mean is equal to that is summation fx divided by summation f here 53 divided by 10 is equal to 5.3 so now what to do after calculating arithmetic mean then we have to calculate d means deviation from arithmetic mean d is equal to x minus x bar what about x minus x bar now our x bar is 5.3 3 minus 5.3 4 minus 5.3 5 minus 5.3 6 minus 5.3 7 minus 5.3 এটা কেতে আসছে 3 minus 5.3 হলে minus 2.3 minus 1.3 here that is minus 0.3 here is going to minus plus 0.7 here plus 2.7 1.7 so now here 3 minus 5.3 is equal to minus 2.3 4 minus 5.3 is equal to minus 1.3 5 minus 5.3 is equal to minus 0.3 6 minus 5.3 is equal to 0.7 7 minus 5.3 is equal to 1.7 so what to do we have to make it square this square we have to make it square this square after calculate this square I hope suppose 2.3 into 2.3 square then what to do again we have to find f into another column that we have to find f into d square corresponding f is there here d square is there then we have to multiply with f d square in the frequency series now after calculating this one then we have to use the formula here standard deviation is equal to summation f d square divided by summation f whole root over Mr. Santosh
yes sir
ଆମର ସିମ୍ପଲିଟି ଫ୍ରିକ୍ୱେନ୍ସି ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିବ୍ୟୁସନ କ'ଣ କରାଯିବ ଆଗେ ମିନ୍ ବାହାର କରିବା ଏରିଥମେଟିକ୍ ମିନ୍ ରୁ ଡେଭିଏସନ ଗୁଡାକ ବାହାର କରିବା ତାକୁ ସ୍କୋୟାର କରିବା ତାପରେ ଏଫ୍ ମଲ୍ଟିପ୍ଲାଏ କରିବା ଟୋଟାଲ ବାହାର କରିବା ସमेସନ ଏଫ୍ ଡି ସ୍କୋୟାର କ୍ୟାନ୍ ୟୁ ଟେଲ୍ ମି ହ୍ୱାଟ ଇଜ ଦି ସ୍ଟେପ୍ସ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ वन in case of frequency distribution what to do first we have to calculate arithmetic mean then we have to calculate deviation then we have to make it square then we have to multiply with corresponding frequency then we have to find out summation f d square here if you
Is it answer 124?
yes summation f d square answer we have to use our calculator and find out so in this way we have to find out the standard deviation of a frequency or we can say discrete series. It's a discrete series. In case of continuous series, what to do? Same way, we have to first convert a continuous series into a discrete one by finding out the middle values. Yesterday I have told you. प्रत्येक क्लास रो मिडिल वैल्यू बाहर करिवा मिडिल बाहर करके एफ अछि हमें प्रथम एरिथमेटिक मीन बाहर करिवा मीन बाहर करी डेविएशन बाहर करिवा डेविएशन बाहर करी स्क्वायर करिवा स्क्वायर करके एफ परस्पर एफ मल्टीप्लाई करिवा देन वी हैव टू फाइंड आउट समेशन एफ डी स्क्वायर then we put the formula that is root mean square deviation known as standard deviation that is summation f d square divided by summation f root of root mean square deviation. So this is about our standard deviation. Standard deviation. Now next one is not difficult, only calculation is there. Sometimes what I did, in this case you get mean is equal to 5.2. To make it further calculation, we can calculate deviation from assumed mean and use a modified formula. हमें ये जो fraction टा को but decimal point को avoid करिया पाए to make the calculation simple, we may use another formula for calculating standard deviation by taking deviation from assumed mean assumed mean assumed not absolute figure हमें deviation count करके standard deviation बाहर कर पारिबा. Anyway, now next one, what is relative measure? Relative measure of standard deviation is equal to relative measure coefficient of standard deviation is equal to standard deviation by arithmetic mean. This is most important. Remember, for any statistical analysis, we must have used the coefficient of standard deviation. Coefficient of where the unit of measure is not there. It is one simple ratio. Standard deviation divided by arithmetic mean is known as coefficient of standard deviation. Coefficient of standard deviation. Now, next one we can say that is another measure is coefficient of variation. Coefficient of variation is equal to standard deviation by mean into 100. If you multiply 100, then we call as coefficient of variation. For calculating or for
सर
comparing
इनटू कौन कोई लेगी दिखाओ
into
नहीं
100. Here into 100.
100
100. It is a highly
राइट साइड ऑफ बोर्ड नॉट विजिबल सर
Huh?
माने राइट साइड रे कैमरा रो फोकस होनी लेफ्ट साइड यूज करंतु
अच्छा ये ऐसे दिखना अच्छा लगी
Sir,
Yes, sir,
can
it's
you
clear.
write, sir, can you write coefficient of variation equal to coefficient of standard deviation into 100?
हाँ ଆମର ହଉଛି coefficient of variation କହିଲେ standard deviation divided by mean into 100 ଆଉ coefficient standard କହିଲେ standard deviation by simple mean arithmetic mean ଯଦି ଆମେ 100 multiply କରିଦବା ତାହେଲେ we call as coefficient of variation. Coefficient of variation. ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଅଛି what is variance? Variance is equal to that is standard deviation square. Standard deviation square is otherwise known as variance. Standard deviation square is equal to variance. So, eight in the formulas common use करा जाए. First standard deviation, coefficient of standard deviation, coefficient of variation, and variance are the most important type of techniques, tools, methods which are used for our statistical analysis. When you compare, for example,
Sir, if degree of freedom you can determine from this question.
degree of freedom. Degree of freedom कहले actually it is used in the sampling technique. Sampling कौन मानकर suppose DDC रे हमर 1000 पिला अछन आमे गोटे सर्वे करिवा सो आमे केते 50 जन पिला नबा we have to take 50 students. You see, in such cases, that is degree of freedom will be 50 minus 1. N minus 1 is known as degree of freedom. Degree of freedom. That means it is when we use sampling technique, then automatically we have to, instead of writing summation f, we write, instead of using n, we write n minus 1 degree of freedom. Actually, in the sampling technique, in the sampling, we can say when you go for test of significance, when you go for testing a hypothesis, or we go for any type of, we can say, testing, or we can say a sampling technique, then automatically, instead of taking the full item, full number, we have to deduct 1. That is called your degree of freedom, DF, degree of freedom.
Yes.
What example कौन you are showing Sri.
Yes, sir.
Suppose you are the chairman of interview board. 3 जन पिला अछंती कैंडिडेट तांको इंटरव्यू करिवो तांको केते प्रकार हम डाकी परिबा केते थरा डाकी मन को 3 जन बाहर बसंती जन मॉडल अछि
6 थर
जन जन को डाकीबा प्रथम जन डाकीबा
आगे
द्वितीय थर जन को डाकीबा तृतीय को डाकियो पड़िबोनी से ऑटोमेटिक आसीबो
आगे
if n is 3 the degree of freedom will be 2 3
अच्छा n minus 1
n minus 1
okay
sampling technique हम यूज करो
okay sir
so this is about our that is measures of dispersion now I'm giving 2-3 minutes break then we have to go to the next that chapter that is probability clear
सर थर्ड पर्सन कोन जो ऑटोमेटिक आसीबो ताऊ डाकिले आसीबो ना
कोडा कहले नहीं ऑटोमेटिक
आसीबो ना
बियन डाकियो पडियो तको से आसीबो जिबि थे
केमति आसे ताऊ डाकिले आसीबो ना नले कोन आसपर इंटरव्यू रे ऑटोमेटिक आसंत नहीं ना इंटरव्यू रे ऑटोमेटिक आसंत नहीं
हम सुनो एटा गोटे थियोरी माने एटा होची प्रैक्टिकल जिंस थियोरिटिकल कोन करे जिवो हाउ मेनी टाइम्स यू कॉल फर्स्ट आसीबा सेकंड थर्ड ऑटोमेटिक आसीबो this is we'll discuss if there is a test of significance not here in your syllabus anyway after 2-3 minutes break we'll go to the next chapter that is most interesting probability correlation and regression probability correlation and regression after 2 minutes we'll start clear Anyway, dear candidates, students, let us continue. And I will make an effort to complete briefly. First one, probability. Second one, correlation. Third one, regression. If something is left, that I will cover in the coming classes. So today we will discuss part one, probability. It is very, very interesting. I'll tell something by using my own experience. That is, when you are leaving your home to go to your office, and normally we offer a prayer to the God that how I will reach my office safely in the road, because there is a chance of accident. Yes or no? Similarly, that is whether you will get a good career or not, to whom you will marry, how many children you have, whether you will work in Odisha or other country, other state like this. Remember, all are uncertain. So here see, that is uncertainty there. Uncertainty there. What is it? Remember, probability is a statistical, or we can say mathematical model. Probability is a mathematical tool by which we can find out a numerical value which expresses, that is, the chance of uncertainty. That is chance. Here see one example. Suppose say one coin is there, one coin is there. So one side there is a head, another side there is a tail. If you toss a coin, what is the chance of head? Mr. Satpathy, suppose you toss a coin.
50%.
50%.
50%.
1. Third one,
Yes,
tail
sir.
1.
Suppose chance of coming head, 50%.
50%, sir.
A chance of coming of tail, 50%.
50%.
So now see here, very simple. So probability means
1/2.
to express the chance of happening of an event under uncertainty. This is my definition. I have written a book referring so many things. That is stated. Probability is a numerical value which expresses the chance of happening of an event under uncertainty. When you toss a coin, we may not know whether head will come up or tail will come up. When a lady admitted to hospital to give birth a child, whether she can give birth a male child or female child. Now, due to some technological things, we know in advance. But real sense, that is total uncertain. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Satpathy, what you are doing?
Absolutely.
What you are doing now? Mr. Satpathy, what is your present profile? What you are doing now?
Sir, I am a retired person.
Okay. Now see here, suppose after retirement, you have some type of expectation in your life. I'll do these things, I'll do these things, I'll do these things. When you achieve it, then you will happy. When you do not achieve it, then you will unhappy. Yes or no? Happiness and unhappiness are two extreme sides of our expectation. Yes or no? But similarly, that is when you do some activity, what is the chance of success or what is the chance of failure? When you are appearing on an interview, either you will be selected or you will be rejected. What is the chance of selection? Here, suppose there are. Suppose Mr. Satpathy, tell me. Suppose what is your date of birth? Only date. Which date?
18th July in 65.
65. No, which date?
18.
18.
18
ଆମର କୋଉ ଦିନ ଜନ୍ମ ତାରିଖ?
18 ତାରିଖ sir.
18 ତାରିଖ। ତାମାନେ ମୁଁ କହିବି what is the chance of your date of birth? ଟୋଟାଲ ଆମର ବର୍ଷ ସାରା ହଉଛି 365 ଦିନ, ତା ଭିତରେ ଗୋଟିଏ ଦିନ ଜନ୍ମ ହେଇଛନ୍ତି ନା ନାହିଁ? ଚାନ୍ସ ସପୋଜ ମୁଁ କହିବି ଆଇ ହାଭ ସବୁ 365 ଥିବ, ଜାନୁଆରୀ 1 to 31 ଡିସେମ୍ବର 365, ତା ଭିତରେ ଗୋଟିଏ ଦିନ ହଉଛି your date of birth. Yes or no? That means the chance of selecting your date of birth is 1/365.
Yes sir.
Clear? 1/365. Suppose say today is what date? Saturday. Suppose what is the chance? Suppose there are 7 days. I will invite you on a particular date. What is the chance that I will invite for Saturday? Gote week re 7 din achi. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. 7 din gote din amaro mu dakibi. So the chance of selecting Saturday, that is 1/7.
1/7.
1/7. When we calculate this value, this is called your probability. So in the probability, remember, very interesting. You see here, I am drawing a line 0 to 1. If it is 0, the event cannot happen. If I tell you, can you go to the sun? Upon Surya jai paribe ki? Impossible. Yes or no? So if I tell, can you visit America today? Impossible. When an event is impossible, when an event cannot happen, जदि कौन सी गोटे इवेंट हे परिबो नाही ताको हम इम्पॉसिबल इवेंट बोली कहू। आउ गोटे कहबी, सपोज से मिस्टर संतोष और सपोज से सतपति, कैन यू मीट मी टुडे? Yes, you can meet me today. If one event is sure to happen, if there is certainty of happening of an event, then we call as possible event. Then we call as possible event. Now, what is impossible? Another is possible. One is impossible, one is if one event cannot happen. In such cases, then we can say that is called impossibility. The value is 0. If the chance of happening is 0, then it is impossible. If the chance of happening is sure, that is called possible. So one is impossibility, another is possibility. In between impossibility and possibility, known as probability. So probability lies between impossibility and possibility. And what is clear here? Possible event, impossible event. Suppose say, how many cards are there in a pack of playing cards? गोटे playing card रे केतोटी कार्ड थाए? 52. 52 चारि प्रकार थिबो. What are the 4 types of cards? Any idea? Are you playing?
Red, spade,
spade,
diamond.
केतना कलर अछि? 2टा कलर.
4 color sir.
How many colors?
2 sir.
2 color. Red color or black color. 2 colors. Amar tika tharu 1 2 3 4 13. Tikiri kolsa खालीपन आउट कोन चिड़िया चारि प्रकार ना नहीं चारि प्रकार कार्ड अछि, 2 प्रकार रंग अछि। मु जे कहबी, सपोज I will give a full pack of playing cards. तो पूरा और गोटे कार्ड
1/52 sir.
Totally 52 cards. Total 52 cards. 3 प्रकार कलर चारि प्रकार different. If my question to you, suppose I will give a full pack of 52 cards. तादर कोई गोटे कार्ड ड्रॉ करंतु blindly, randomly you draw one card. What is the chance it is? What is the chance it is? Suppose red. Red हमारा chance कितने?
Half.
और
1/2.
2/2.
1/2.
1/2. हमारा 52 कार्ड 46 कार्ड होची red, 26 कार्ड होची black. Drawing a red card. Anyway, so if I'll ask you a question, so see, suppose you are tossing a coin. What a coin ro di patare head achi, head tail nahi. Suppose one example, see here, one coin is there, a head, another the पछरे भी head achi. बहुत समय देखियो म्यूजिशियन माने ए टाइप रे यूज करंती. आगो पटर हेड, पछ पटर हेड. जदि से टाइप रो डे कॉइन डिजाइन करी मु देबी पचारबी. थ्रो द कॉइन, टेल मी whether it is head or tail. हम कोन आसीबो? हेड आसीबो.
Head आसीबो.
हेड आसीबो. ता माने
Yes sir. The probability of is 100% and tail is 0.
ता माने 0% 100% जदि हम आंसर आसीबो सेटा प्रोबेबिलिटी कहबा नाही. Probability lies between 0 and 100. 0 and 100.
Okay, 0 to 100.
Suppose
0 to 100. Yes.
What is the chance of rain today? आज दिन रे वर्षा हवार चांस संभावना केते भुवनेश्वर रे हम कहया सर 60% or 80%. Look into the
1/2.
weather, look into the
1/2.
temperature. See, then we can say, oh, this is the chance of rain today is suppose 60%. So now in this way, we have to understand the concept of probability. Concept of probability. Here see, now I'll tell you see, one example. What is a sample space? Sample space. Now see here, see, I'm giving one small, we can say, table. Here see, just is it visible? Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, suppose just we see one space I am telling you. Space. Now, here if I correlate 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5. 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5. 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 5. Here see 4, 1, 4, 2, 4, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5. Here 5, 1, 5, 2, 5, 3, 5, 4, 5, 5. Now, if suppose say, let's say, let's take 6 suppose. Suppose say a dice. Dice means ludo. Suppose 6. Here if I write a 6, better 6. The 6, 1, 6, 2, 6, 3, 6, 4, 6, 5, 6, 6. Here 1, 6, 2, 6, 3, 6, 4, 6, 5, 6. Okay. Now, very interesting table that I am drawing before you. Now, suppose say, अपने लूडो खेलते हैं लूडो
Yes, sir.
लूडो रे हमरा गोटे से जो लूडो कितना ये था नंबर था 6 1 2 3 4 5 6
Dice.
डाइस जो डाइस नाम कितना थे 6टा
6.
महाभारत खेल रे जो शकुनी खेलुथिला जो हरे देला पांडव मानू एटा कोन कला से एमिति गोटे डैश पकेला जे ऑटोमेटिकली डायरेक्ट कोन रहला सबडा जहा डाकिला ता आसिला से गोटे एमिति हेइतला दैट इज कॉल्ड योर वी कैन से fraudulent game. Suppose it is a fair game. I will give 2 die containing 6 elements each one. Duty Devi. How many that is cases that you will get? Prathama die asibo 1, Ditiya asibo 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5. That means first die has 6 numbers. Die 1, 6 numbers. Die 2, 6 numbers. Total, how many cases that you will get? Total 36 cases. Yes or no?
So 6 into 6. 6 square
6
is
into
36. 6 square.
6 into 6. तामाने हम नियम कहूची यदि प्रथम इवेंट 6 थर हुए द्वितीय इवेंट आउ थर 6 थर हुए टोटल इवेंट हबो दैट इज टोटल इवेंट ऑफ 36 total events. If the first operation will be in m ways, second operation will be n ways, total operation will be mn ways. This is called your multiplication rule. Multiplication rule of happening of events. Multiple rule. मन करो कटुकुर अपन भुवनेश्वर आसीबे दीटा रास्ता अछि भुवनेश्वर पुरी जिबे तीनटा रास्ता ता माने आमे कटुकुर पुरी जिबा केते प्रकार रास्ता अछि कटकुर भुवनेश्वर दुई प्रकार दुईटी रास्ता भुवनेश्वर पुरी तीनटा रास्ता तेणु हमको 6 प्रकार रे आमे पुरी जाई परिबा कटकुर भुवनेश्वर. If the first operation will be m ways, second operation will be n ways, total operation will be mn ways. This is called your, we can say that is multiplication rule of numbers or events. Now in this case you can see this is a beautiful we can say case. There are 2 dice you have to throw simultaneously. Jodi jane duiti dice simultaneously throw kare, what is the chance that he will get equal number pehle? What is the chance that both dice will show equal number? Ame duiti dice
simultaneously. Choda habo.
What is the chance?
6. 6 by
6 by
36.
36.
1 by 6.
Yes, very correct. So now that is 6 by 36 probability or 1 by 6. Remember, probability is always expressed in the decimal form or ratio form. We cannot get 1, we cannot get 0. Probability lies between 0 and 1. Probability lies between 0 and 1. Now, here see, there is a concept called sample space. Sample space. Now here, what is sample space? Here in this case you find sample space is 36. That means total space is divided into 36 components, 36 boxes. So here total is 36. And out of 36, 6 cases are favorable to us. Now we can define probability as number of favorable cases divided by total cases.
Sir, I am possible outcome.
Now number of favorable cases.
Sir, possible outcome hobone na.
Possible part use kariba nai. Number of favorable cases divided by total cases. Number of favorable cases divided by total cases. Suppose say there are 30 participants in our second semester MBA program under DDC. Our 30 jana candidate action, student action. They have enrolled or registered for second semester under DDC. Now, ताधर मनकर 10 अछंती ladies और 20 अछंती gents. 10 ladies, 20 gents. Now, if I randomly select only one gent, what is the chance of selecting one gent? Total
10 by total कर देगा 10 by 10
Gents
plus 20
gents 20. If I select only one gent, so chance is 20 by 30. If I select only one lady, 10 by
10 by 30
10 by 30. So now here 30 is known as your sample space. 30 is known as sample space, and the chance, the number of cases favorable, that is called, you can say, number of cases favorable to the event divided total number, known as your what? Known as, we can say, is a probability. So probability is expressed in the numerical form by using that particular, we can, ratio, number of favorable cases to event A divided total cases. Divided by total cases. Now, if suppose we can write PA, here see, probability of A. Probability A is equal to, we write P bracket A, number of favorable cases divided by total cases. Divided by total cases. Now, one question to you. Suppose say, if two dice are thrown simultaneously, what is the chance that the sum of the two number will be 12. Sum of the two number will be 12. आमे दुईटी डाइस पकेले आमे कैलकुलेट करिबा जे दुईटी डाइस रो जो नंबर आसीबो ताको मिसै देले जे आमे 12 पाइबा. How to find?
Okay, तो 6
1 by 36.
1
1
by
by 36.
36. Okay.
Note down
Now
6 का होगा
1 by 36. Correct, very correct. Because out of 36 cases, there is only one case where the sum of the two numbers shown as per the two dice is 12. The total sample space of the 36, favorable case of the 1, so answer is 1 by 36. If I write another question, what is the chance that the sum of the two digits is, suppose say 8, 8. पहले क्या था? See the whiteboard and tell me sum of the two number is equal to 8. How many cases?
5 cases.
How many cases?
Sir,
Here,
5 by
here
36.
5
2,
cases.
3, 5, 4, 4, 5, 3, 2, 3, 8 case of also. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So number of favorable cases is 5. Total cases is 36. So the probability of getting 8 as sum of the two number is what? That is your 5 by 36. 5 by 36. Now, one intelligent question I will ask. Two dice are thrown simultaneously. What is the chance that the sum of the two dice, the sum of the number of two dice shown by two dice which are thrown simultaneously, the chance will be an even number. Well, even number. Theta misele the even number hobo. What is the probability?
So,
1 by 2.
8 by 36 1 by 2.
Very correct. Either number ta kon hobo, even hobo or odd hobo. So even number or odd number, two cases. Sample space is 2. Out of 2, favorable case either odd or even 1. So that is 1 by 2. That is 1 by 2. Another question. Suppose say two dice are thrown simultaneously. What is the chance that the product of the two numbers is 12? Well, the product of two numbers is 12.
One by 18.
4 by 36.
Product of two numbers is
4, 3, 3, 4, 6, 2, 2.
4 by 36. 1 by 9.
କେତେ ହବ କୁହନ୍ତୁ?
Five by 36, sir. 5 by 36.
What is my question?
Product is 12.
Product is 12.
Yes.
So how many can see either we may get first dice 2, second 6, first dice 6, second 2, first dice 4, second dice 3, 3, 4. How could I show you? Two into 6.
So number of favorable cases will be 4, sir.
4. Yes. Number of favorable cases 4. Total cases 36. So
36.
probability of A is equal to 4 by 36.
36 equal to 1 by 9.
1 by 9. In this way, we get some idea regarding the concept of probability. Now, when we say event means occurrence, happening of certain thing, that known as event. See, suppose say one example. Suppose say how many cases are here? 36 cases. Total cases 36. 36. Now, when we select any cases. So here, when we take any one, the chance is what? The chance of happening of an event is equal. Then we call as equally likely events. Equal likely events. Similarly, sometimes what happens? Example. My question, you just
Sir, camera ta screen adu table hai.
you just that is minorly you listen from me. Now, carefully please listen. 2 dice are thrown simultaneously, and we have to throw for 2 times. First time, then second time. Clear? We have to throw 2 times, 2 dice. What is the chance that in the first case, the sum of the number is 12. Second case, the sum number is 11. What is the chance? आमे 2टी डाइस दिथर पकेइबा प्रथम थर 12 आसीबो दुईटार एडिशन द्वितीय रे 11 आसीबो तो प्रथम रे 12 आसीबो द्वितीय रे 11 आसीबो व्हाट द चांस कैन यू मिस्टर संजय
3 by 72 1 by 24
yes प्रथम रे 12 आसीबार चांस केते
1 60
1 by
72
की जाओ अब
36
टोटल
36 हो
1 by 36
हां सर
प्रथम आसीबो 1 by 36 द्वितीय आसीबो केते
ते विषय की 1 by 36
2 by 36
2 by 36
ता माने 6 5 5 6 2 by 36 दीटा आसीबो साइमल्टेनियसली प्रथम आसीबो 12 द्वितीय आसीबो 11 what you do we have to multiply remember the first event is independent second also independent when both events are there, what to do? That we have to find out the probability of joint occurrence. Then we have to multiply the probability. So that means 1 by 36 into 2 by 36. गोटे छोटी एग्जांपल कहबी एटा सब मन रखिबे एवं अप्लाई करिबे मन करो सपोज से you have to toss a coin for 3 times गोटे कोन को 3 थर पकेबे फर्स्ट पकेबे सेकंड थ्रो थर्ड थ्रो what is the chance that you get all 3 heads? First chance head, second chance head, third chance head.
third by once.
First chance head हमारा chance कहते हैं 1 by 2.
1 by 2.
chance कहते हैं 1 by 2.
3 1 by 2.
So
1 by 2.
So multiplication हबो
1 by
8.
बहुत समय ए जोक नुहे गोटे इमोशनली गोटे कहूची जने लेडी कर 7टी झियो क्लियर प्रथम झियो सेकंड झियो तृतीय झियो चतुर्थ झियो पंचम झियो सिक्स्थ झियो सेवेंथ झियो तथापि से चाहउचंदी जे आ गोटे पुओ पई ता माने सी हियर द रीजन कोन व्हाट इज द चांस दैट फर्स्ट डॉटर 1 by 2 second 1 by 2 third 1 by 2 now thing is what is the chance that they will get suppose in the 8th there will be male child first daughter second daughter
so 1 by 2 to the power 7.
You see that happens in your daily life बहुत समय चंदी सब से चाहिए मोर प्रथम पुओ हबो द्वितीयटा झियो हबो व्हाट इज चांस only they have to two children what is chance that a married couple should have first daughter and second son what is chance are 1 by 2 into 1 by 2
so 1 by 2 into 1 by 2
1 by 4 hobo 1 by 4 now sometimes what happens we go to our astrology astrologer को हम समझ जाऊ we are studying our see what astrologer को जाऊ हमें Mr. Santosh can you tell me why we go to the suppose for any marriage or for any service or for any promotion or for any legal cases all are going to the astrologer ज्योतिष शास्त्र को हम जाऊ कौन भाई
so prediction करे
prediction में से astrologer से किसी हम पचारिबो पचारि कि से किसी गणना करिवो तापर से हिसाब करिवो काला तापर हम कहिवो totally based on probability clear देखिए कचे हमरो गोटे गवर्नमेंट ऑफिस पाखरे एजी पाखरे गोटे का सुआ किमा धरि गोटे बसिथिबे गोटे पांचटे पोचिटे धरि बसिथिबे रास्ता जे जमान पचलिबे जाउछ इंटरव्यू हबो की आते चांस आइदर यस और नो टोटली बेस्ड ऑन प्रोबेबिलिटी थ्योरी Now, another one question I am telling you. Suppose somebody wants to marry a girl, then the chance of getting one MBA girl is 1 by 10. प्रति 10टा candidate रे जने होते MBA. Chance of getting one MBA girl is 1 by 10. Second one, chance of getting a service holder. ओटे चाकरी झियोटी पाई सपोज चांसेस अगेन 1 by 6 प्रति 10 रे जने चाकरिया Third one, chance of getting good dowry, 1/4. बापा स्ट्रॉन्ग अच्छी धन पैसा अच्छी बापा रिटायर लोक माँ गवर्नमेंट अच्छी चाकरी कर automatically. So now my question is, what is the chance of getting one service holder partner having MBA degree and good dowry? What is the chance? What is the chance? We have to multiply. We have to multiply 1/10 into 1/6 into 1/4. 1/240. तमन 240 जन कैंडिडेट को देखिला परे तार गुटिए चांस तमने एबडी खोज को से ऑनलाइन रहि जो. So out of 240 candidates, there is our chance is only 1. When we combine all, we can say, for all things, automatically we have to multiply them. This is called your multiplication rule of probability for independent events. Just when you toss a coin 4 times, we have to multiply.
बट ग्रुप में तो डाला
anyway
नेक्स्ट
one now see
सर
here.
मोर गोटे डाउट अछि सर जदि हमें 3 टाइम हां 3 टाइम्स जदि हमें कॉइन टॉस करले 2 टाइम्स ऑलरेडी हमर पड़ी जाय छै हेड तो थर्ड टाइम टेल पड़िया रे चांस 0.5 होबो ना तो मल्टीप्लाई होबो सेटा
0.5 होबो ना हमें ऑल आर
ऑलरेडी हां
ऑल आर इंडिपेंडेंट पूर्व सहित किछि संपर्क नाही.
अच्छा
प्रथम
ताले 0.5
मन तो प्रथम पु होई तापर होबो नहीं पारे
सेट 0.5
हां 0.5 मन कर सपोज यू वांट टू 3 चिल्ड्रन आ तीनोटी मोर पुओ दरकार फॉर द चांस 0.5 into 0.5 into 0.5.
अच्छा
You have to multiply. When events are independent, chance of probability that we have to find the product of the three. This is called your multiplication rule of probability. There are 2 rules. One addition rule, another is multiplication rule. What is addition rule? I'll explain. Addition rule I'll explain. So now see, two words I will use. One or second one and. Or and. Very interesting. Or and. If the question is or, we have to add. If question is and, we have to multiply. Mandakando, I am sharing my experience. Here, if suppose say, come to this problem. 2 dice are thrown simultaneously. 2 dice are thrown simultaneously. What is the chance that we get the sum of the 2 numbers is 10 or 9? Either 10 habo নহলে 9 habo.
इंडिविजुअल करके तब मिसे दबा
correct. When there is or then what to do? We have to, that is simple add. When the chance, that is see, we have to find the probability of either or, then we have to add. For example, probability of A or B. Probability of A or B, that is probability of A plus probability of B. Probability of B. If probability of AB, so in such cases, probability of A into probability of B. Now here, now can anybody will just supplement me? What are the addition rule and what is the module rule of probability? I summarize. If we have to find the chance of either or event, A event or B event, probability of A or B, then we have simple add it. We have simple add it. Just like similarly, if both are what? Both are independent events. Chance of happening first event A and also chance of happening second event B. Then probability of AB is equal to probability of A into probability of B. Probability of B. Now, if in this case you see here, suppose if I ask a question, what is the chance when two dice are thrown simultaneously? What is the chance? We have to throw or toss, throw two dice simultaneously for 3 times. For 3 times. What is the chance that first case the sum will be 5, second case sum will be 6, third case sum will be 7. प्रथम केस रे दुईटार एडिशन 5 हबो, सेकंड केस रे दुईटार एडिशन 6 हबो, थर्ड केस रे दुईटार एडिशन 7 हबो. व्हाट इज चांस? So first one, first case, probability of A. First case, 5 hour. 5 good hour is here. 1 4, 2 3, 3 2, 4 1. So there are 4 cases where we get the sum of the two numbers is 5. That is your 5. So answer is 4 by 36. Second one, probability of B. Here we find, so it will be 6. How many cases? This one. 5 1, 1 2 3 4 5. 5 cases. 5 by 36. Third one, C. 7 hour. How many cases? 6 1, 5 2, 4 3, 3 4, 2 5, 1 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6. 6 by 36. So what to do? Probability of A, B, C is equal to probability of A into probability of B into probability of C. You have to multiply. This is called your multiplication rule of probability. Now, before ending, I'll test your depth of understanding from this example. As a session, problem to koibi. Suppose there are 3 bags. There are 3 bags. Bag 1, bag 2, bag 2, bag 3. There are 3 bags. Bag 3. Bag 1 रे 5टा रेड बॉल अछि, 5टा व्हाइट बॉल अछि. सेकंड रे 10टा रेड बॉल अछि, 15टा व्हाइट बॉल अछि. एटा रे 3टा रेड बॉल अछि, एटा 5टा व्हाइट बॉल अछि. I am giving a case to test your understanding. 3टी बैग अछि. प्रथम बैग रे 5टा रेड बॉल अछि, 5टा व्हाइट बॉल अछि. द्वितीय बैग रे 10टा रेड बॉल अछि, 15टा व्हाइट बॉल अछि. थर्ड बैग रे 3टा रेड बॉल अछि, 5टा व्हाइट बॉल अछि. What is the chance that we have to draw one ball from each one? प्रत्येक 3टा बैग रो गोटी गोटी बॉल हम ड्रॉ करिवा. What is the chance that all are white? All are white. पहले मिस्टर संतोष बाबू कहंतु.
Yes, sir.
प्रथम बैग रो गोटे ड्रॉ करिवा व्हाइट हबो, द्वितीय रो गोटे ड्रॉ करिवा व्हाइट हबो, तृतीय रो गोटे ड्रॉ करिवा व्हाइट हबो. What is the chance that all 3 drawers will have only whites? The probability of white 1 here probability of y to 1 is equal to 5 by 10. 10টা total, 5টা হচ্ছে white. The chance of drawing of one white ball is 5 by 10. Second ray, white 2, 1 by 25. Total is 10 plus 15, 25, 1 by 25. Third one, that is called the third white. So 5 by 8. 5 by 8. Now, thing is, probability of white 1, white 2, white 3 is equal to
sir back 2 টা 15 by 25 না
15 হচ্ছে
sir back 2 টা
15. Thank you. Good. Thank you. So 15. See, number of favorable cases 15, total case 25. So 15 by 25. Then third, I by 8. So what to 1 is equal to 1 I by 10, I by 10 into 15 by 25 into I by 8. In this way, we have to apply multiplication rule for calculating joint probability. So we'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Any question from your side, Mr. Sanjay?
No, sir. All right.
Basic पढ़ले टिके असुविधा एति थाओ. In the coming class, I will cover your correlation regression first hour. Then the second hour on Monday, I will cover your linear programming, transportation model, and assignment problem. Thank you.
कोर्स का सर देवे ना सर
हाँ. कौन करिया?
सर लास्ट क्लास रे टिके इंपोर्टेंट क्वेश्चन थ्योरी आ प्रॉब्लम रो कोटा आसीबो टिके आपण बतेले हम टिके सेट तार ऊपर अधिक प्रैक्टिस करियो.
ठीक है सर. No, last class will discuss. Clear?
आज्ञा.
Thank you.
सर आपण पूरा सब क्वेश्चन गोटे देखि दे कि गोटे हम ग्रुप रे टिके शेयर करते भी भलो होता हम सेटा प्रैक्टिस करी.
Oh, thank you.
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how many of you have opted for QMM paper from your batch? Is there anyone? Is there anyone who had opted for QMM? None.
Yes, sir, we have opted.
You have obtained. So are you attending the classes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. It is difficult to teach QMM paper in online mode. I understand that. And try to attend the offline class if you are conducting. If you are able to attend, then please attend the offline class. Which, see, in offline class, what we have that like we will conduct a minimum 2 classes per paper, 2 to 4 or 5. So if you have any doubt, if you have any query, we have requested all the teachers to cover all the blocks of the paper, at least 10 to 12 questions. So any doubt, any clarifications, if you need that, we can do in offline class. In offline mode, that we will do. So most of the things will be covered in online, and the rest classes like the left out portion as well as the doubt clearing sessions we will hold in offline. So if you want to clarify any doubt, so you can you can ask it in online. But give me a moment, I will come back once again. Just 1 minute more.
कोई नहीं रिकॉर्ड सर.
Okay, I'm sorry. So in the last class, what we have discussed, we started discussing about what do you mean by business policy, how business is formulated, how policy is involved in business, that we have discussed. What is strategic management, the meaning, definition of strategic management, the process of strategic management. Then we also discussed about the vision, mission, objective, your strategy, how these are cumulatively formed together, how these are interrelated, and how these are like being identified in the organization from independent point of view. So these four, the basic statements like the vision, mission, policy. See, vision, mission, policy, objective, whatever we are discussing, these are all pen and paper work, whereas strategy is the mind work. So it sometimes we think of strategy as a long-term way. Sometimes you also think strategy as a short-term way. Instead, you need to change the strategy. So, but the instant strategy is always changeable, or this long-term strategy is also always changeable. We have fixed the strategy, long-term strategy, mostly that is known to many. Even in some instances, some cases, we have seen the long-term strategy is also known to the competitors. The competitor know the long-term, what is the long-term strategy of the opponent. But the instant strategies, which are included with tricks and techniques, and which is not known to even the person with whom the strategies will move ahead, it is also not known to them. So strategy is a mind game which is always basically applied by a top group, or a group of people, or a small group. The top is not always the owner or the founder. Top is here identified as the person, key person in the group, who is taking the responsibility, who is being identified as a responsible person, and who is also answerable on behalf of the team. So basically, in that way, the strategy is fixed by the individual, and basically basing on the steps taken by the competitor, the strategy is fixed. Right? The strategy is fixed on the basis of the movement, the way the competitor is moving. Accordingly, we fix up the strategy. This strategy is a term which is identified from Warfield. Okay, so many terms, management terms like structure of the organization, hierarchical position, accountability, empowerment, strategy. These are the terms which were identified from Warfield. So like we change the strategy when war is there. Similarly, when competition is there, we change the strategy. That we have discussed, and we also discussed the meaning of vision, why vision is needed, what it includes, and why vision is also included. You people have also studied the vision, mission, and objective of different companies and different organizations, from where you could have gathered some more knowledge on vision and mission. See. The process of vision, mission, setting of vision, mission, we have also somehow discussed. Is very easy. The process, process the steps are bit similar. The steps are bit similar. Like always, we start with a step, that is analysis of the external and internal environment. So that is the first beginning step. Analysis of the external as well as internal environment. Then we think of the vision, then we think of the mission, then we think of the objective, then we go with the workflow, and then we will compare these three and we will get the feedback. This is what is the process of setting vision and mission. So what is the process? We will go with the external and internal environment analysis. So we go with the external and internal environment analysis. Now, this is all about your situational analysis. Situational analysis. So condition analysis. So what the condition is actually. So the condition or the situation or the environment is always based on two parameters. One group is internal, another group is external. So internal is the most critical part. The organization can implement changes on the internal aspects. It is very difficult to change the external affairs, because external remains outside. Organization do not have any control over the external, rather organization has a better control over the internal, and organization has to change its internal environment as per the requirement of the market. Right? So market will not change its condition as per the condition of the organization. It never happens. Rather, the organization has to change its condition as per the condition of the market. It is one way. It is always one way. It is never two way. It is very, suppose what कही परिबा कोन type रो organization external internal aspect external को influence करछि जदि monopoly सेतिकी skip रे थिबो सेतिकी upward rising रे थिबो सेते बेले जाई कि हमें कही परिबा market टा control करछि देश. But here in the business environment, these conditions are very difficult because it is a competitive environment where multiple producers, multiple manufacturers are there to give products to its stakeholders. So organization has to go or do research on the external and internal environment, and this external environment and internal environment includes certain parameters, like we can say the one is your SWOT, the organizational strength, weakness, opportunity, and threatening. So these are the four terms are to be identified. Another is your step-in. So the two things have to be analyzed when we think of the external and internal and situational analysis of the organization. So what environment is? Environment is the surrounding within which the organization sustains, within which the organization delivers its products, within which the organization serves to the society, and within which the organization serves to the environment itself. So what is that? So we need to think of the strength, weakness, opportunity, and threatening side by side. This step in, that is what the society requires, what the technological changes are there, what the economic condition is there, how the rules and regulation control the organization, what strategy is generally taken by the institutions or competitors, and in which natural conditions the organization is sustaining. So with that, these two are basically interrelated. So SWOT ko, step-in ko. So these are the two things which always interact with each other and organization moves ahead. Then once it is done, then organization needs to set the vision, formulation of vision. Vision is all about what we have discussed. Vision is all about where you want to reach. What is your destiny? So what you want to do, that we need to decide, because based on that we will think of the vision. See, gote thara ame vision ko visualize kari pariba nahi. You need to run the cycle again and again. You need to think of the vision, you need to think of the mission, then we need to think of the objective, then you will once again come back to vision. So it runs these the three steps: formulation of vision, formulation of mission, and formulation of objective. These three runs in a cyclical order, in a repetitive manner. So it runs in a cyclical manner. Once gote thara re gote meeting re kebe vision, mission or objective set he jai nahi. Hame vision set kariba, mission set kariba, then we'll think of the objective. Then we will match once again, considering the external environment, whether the organization is fulfilling its purpose, whether the organization is able to achieve its target, whether the organization is able to serve the people or to stakeholders with such vision, mission, and objectives. So those are to be analyzed again and again. So proper research have to be conducted. So in organization, it is seen that in many cases, we can say what we can tell them as consultants are there. अब organization कौन करछे outsource कर दोची. So consultants, behavioral consultants are there. Those who usually their task is to set the vision, mission, and objective of the organization. So they will study the environmental practices, market conditions, organizational internal resources, practices. They do sufficient kind of audit and research. Then they implement the vision, mission, and objective. So what is the step of or process of implementation of vision, mission, objective? So the external, internal environment, that includes SWOT and step-in, then formulation of vision, formulation of mission, formulation of objective, then alignment of these three. So alignment is to be done. Alignment in the sense, all should move in one direction. All the purpose of vision mission should go in one direction, and ultimately it should fulfill your purpose of moving ahead. So it must not be like that. The organization will go in a different direction. Organization will not fulfill its original objective. You have gone so far, you have forgotten what is your intention, in which mode or in which intention you have started, that you have forgotten. So it must not be like that. The organization should move with the original intention, and that intention may change as per the condition, because we are doing proper research work. So with that, organization must align with these three to finalize the BMO. And with that, organization will take strategies. Strategy is long term, strategy is short term. Strategic planning that may be long term, that may be short term. So this is what is the process. It is very easy. You may get a question of 5 marks or 8 marks. So what is that? Internal, external, and internal situational analysis is to be done, which includes SWOT analysis, and then step in, then formulation of vision, where you want to do, where you want to go, and what you want to do, and for whom you are giving. Then mission is the target, or we can say setting of target. Then objective will come down. Okay, objective is coming down to a next step. Okay, where we are specifying, we are giving priority to specific steps. Then we are aligning these three. Then we are finalizing the BMO. Then we are thinking of the strategy. What strategy is to be taken by the organization to achieve such concepts. So this is all about the process of vision, mission, objective. So which is required to achieve, which is required to run in the organization. The next is, what is SWOT analysis? Can anyone tell something about SWOT analysis? Because all of you know this about the SWOT analysis, because in our resume we write strength and weakness. So what do you mean by strength and weakness? What is those two things says?
Sir, what is BMO?
BMO.
Sir, what is BMO?
BMO is vision, and objective. So vision, mission, and objective. So these three we have discussed in the earlier classes. Now tell me, what is your strength and what is your weakness? One by one, please tell me what is the strength and what is the weakness.
Sir, SWOT analysis means what is the strength and weakness of our
strength
organization? Then what are the opportunity and threat? Opportunity means, suppose
tell me your strength, your weakness. Strength. You tell me your strength. You tell me your weakness. At least one strength and one weakness. Each of you should speak. Jone at least gote strength and weakness. Yes. Please start. Okay.
Sir, talking about myself, my weakness is I am a kind of shy guy. I can't open easily. I am a kind of shy person. I can't open easily.
Okay, you are not able to open up. Like you are shy, or you are not able to open up.
That is my weakness. Strength is my strength is, I can convince easily to a customers.
You can convince others. See, you can convince others easily. But when you are shy, how come you are able to convince others?
Once I open with the customers, I can.
Then you can express. Okay. Yes. That means our starting is a problem. Once you start, you will run very fast. Okay. Yes, thank you. Next, anyone, please. You speak, because I cannot read the messages. Please speak. Quick.
Committed, sir.
Sir,
Committed.
Okay, your strength is communication. Your communication skill is very good. And what is your weakness?
Angriness, sir.
Yes.
Angriness, sir.
Okay, you are short tempered. Your
Aggressive.
weakness is
Yeah.
short tempered. Okay, anyone else, please?
sir, my strength is I have very fast learner.
You are very fast learner. You grasp the thing very quickly. You are understanding. You can understand the things easily. Okay, quickly, not easily.
Yes, sir. And my weakness is saying no.
Your weakness is
Saying no to
saying
no to
okay,
everyone.
okay. You always say no to any all. Okay, you always start with a no. I cannot do. I will not do. I will not obey. Okay. Okay. Anyone else?
प्रोजेक्टर हाँ
Please, quickly.
ये लगा है मैं बोल देता हूँ जरा मेरा टेक्नीशियन को बोलता हूँ
Technician. Okay, tell me.
Sir, my strength is I am leadership attitude. I have
Okay, your strength
and
is
adaptive in nature.
Okay, that is your strength. Weakness?
Weakness
You are a
is
leader.
emotional sometimes.
Okay, you are emotional. That is your weakness. See, why I'm asking, see, I will ask one by one, all will tell points, different points. But I will differentiate the strength and weakness of an individual, person concerned, and strength and weakness of one organization. See, when we think of my strength, my weakness, then I write two different things, two ways. Here, the strength may not be the weakness may not be the strength. But in organizational strength, the point is one. If it is present, then you are strengthful. If it is absent, then you are weak. Buji parcho na nahi? Mu kon କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି, are you able to understand? Why I ask what is your strength and what is weakness? Your weakness, you have told one told that. One told that. So my strength is lead. I can lead, but my weakness is I say no. My strength is I'm very understanding, and my weakness is I am very shy. See, these are different. The same thing cannot be used in both ways. Are you getting my point? Shy cannot be identified always as a strength of a person. Are you getting my point? Shy cannot be identified as always saying no. Sometimes no is also good. If you cannot do, say no, open up. But it is not always. But in organizational strength, the points are same. The same point what you are telling in strength, if it is present, and the same point you are telling as the weakness of the organization, if it is absent. Buji parcho na nahi what I intend to speak? Yes.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
अरे बुझुछ ना नहीं?
Yes, sir.
कौन बुझिना? What you have understood? Tell me. Quickly tell me what you have understood. What you have understood, tell me.
Sir, strength means कि हमें केमती help करिबा to perform in our organization. Our weakness होची कि where I am still improving in that particular area.
Now that you have understood, but I wanted to tell something else. First I will tell the strength of the organization. Now you have told the strength of an individual. Now tell me the strength of an organization. Can anyone tell me what are the strength of an organization? Those who are working in any organization, please tell me what is the strength of your organization and what is the weakness of your organization. Yes.
Efficient manpower. Efficient manpower.
Okay. Okay. Efficient manpower. Now, strength and weaknesses. Then tell me the weakness. Weakness.
Customer service.
Okay. Now you are coming to the point. I'm going bad customer service. Are you getting my point? Lack of customer service is the weakness. Are you getting my point? Ke kohila customer service. Who told?
I am.
Your name must be there. Your name must
Sir,
not be.
Sanjeev.
Sanjeev. Okay, Sanjeev,
Yes.
you told that. I told that customer service is the weakness. Customer service is not the weakness. If it is absent, then it is weakness. Are you getting my
Weakness, yes.
point? If
Yes,
it
sir.
is present, then it is what?
It is strength.
Strength. Now you are getting my point. When we are
Yes, sir.
thinking of the individual strength and weakness, the presence absence are not considered. But from organizational point of view, the strength and weaknesses are common, same point. In organization, if you speak no, saying no to or rejecting is the weakness, it will never happen. Saying no or rejecting is the strength, it will never happen. Organization point of view, people speak that my organization is very shy, then it will never happen. Organization is not projecting, then it will never happen. But here, what happens when we think of the organization? It is in a common pool. We need to think of the strength and weakness in one line. Now tell me, jo point guda tame kahila, whether these are internal or external. The points what you told, the 2 points, 2 things you have
Internal.
told.
Is internal.
Okay, internal. Right, this is it visible? Yes, I hope it is visible.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
visible.
Now it is internal. In internal, we write strength. In internal, we also write weakness. Right? Now in external, what we write? What we write?
So, market situation, competitor.
Okay, we write
Opportunity and threat.
opportunity and threatening. This is your strength, weakness, opportunity, and threatening. Now, this is internal, this is external. Now, it says about the self and it says about the competitor or the party or the unit putting challenge in front of you. Are you getting a point? The party or the unit which is putting challenges in front of you, that is what is your external. This is what is your internal. Now, when we write the biodata or your detailed resume, there we write strength and weakness. Anyone has written opportunity and threatening? Very few must have given,
No.
but it is not widely, in fact, prepared. Okay, so the opportunity threatening, we less. Somehow, somewhere we write, I can explore this, I can work this in the initial objective like this. Okay, or else I can explore my ability here in this area. But opportunity and threatening, we less recommend to write in the resume. Why you know? Because there is no problem in business which is identified as opportunity and threatening. Are you getting a point? More, it is my understanding. It is there in the book. You will also get a question on that. It is there in the study material. More understanding because when I read it, I feel opportunity threatening. It is nowhere. In fact, we are giving certain parameter as the opportunity by considering the weakness of our competitor. बुझी पालो ना नहीं? अरे बुझुच ना नहीं? मु एडे चित्कार करी पढौची तम माने
नहीं सर आउथरे टिके
सर आउथरे टिके
कोन मु कहली more point of view. I am not telling this as someone had quoted it. Eta kei quote kori nanti. But my point of view is that opportunity is never identified. What we identify? We identify the weakness of the opponent. Are you getting my point? The weakness of the competitor, and we convert that weakness as the opportunity area of the organization. बुझी पालो ना नहीं? Someone, a batter is batting who will play against my team. I am trying to know in which area he or she is weak. को ball रे से खेली पारू नहीं. We are trying to find out the weakness of the opponent. Once we are able to do research and we are able to get the weakness of the opponent, then we can convert the weakness of the opponent as the opportunity area of ours. Hey, say a ball taku full length he is unable to play. So Yorker ball he cannot play. His solar place is very weak. If I will hit here, then he will fall down. So we are trying to find out the weakness of that opponent, and when we are able to find out the weakness, then that is the opportunity area of the individual or the organization, considering the weakness of the competitor. So there is no place of, what I believe, no place of writing down opportunity and threatening. What we are doing, rather we are analyzing the strength and weakness, self-strength and self-weakness, and we are also analyzing the strength and weakness of the competitor. The strength and weakness of the competitor. When we are able to find out the strength of the competitor and we compare the strength of the competitor and the strength of ours, then we can able to know that who is more stronger. I am strong in this and he is strong in that. Now he is strong, which is above my strength, are the threatening. Are you getting my point? So that is how I do. So this is what, there is no threatening, no opportunity. Rather, we are comparing the strength, weakness of two competitors. There we are trying to find out the opportunity and threat. Opportunity threatening are the analysis or the outcome of two. This is what is the analysis and the outcome of two companies. So if the strength and weakness of two companies are being analyzed and compared, from there we try to get the opportunity and threatening. Are you getting my point? So this is how the opportunity and threatening are identified. Right? So opportunity is one parameter which is being identified by considering the weakness of the opponent. Similar in case of the threatening is identified by being analyzing the strength of the competitors. पिला माने बुझिलो ना नहीं?
Yes sir, yes.
Yes sir, yes sir.
ये कोनो पिला अछो कोन बुझिलो? What you have understood, please tell me.
Sir, weakness of the opponent is our opportunity.
Weakness of the opponent is our opportunity. Now you are getting my point. So opportunity is the outcome of analysis of strength of two parties. Okay. Similar in case of strength. Threatening. Are you getting my point? I'm at the analysis kuruchu. From there we try to find out these two. Just a moment. Give me 1 minute. Okay, so just write 1 or 2 lines in that, write it. Strength and weakness. If you can write, please write it. Strength and weaknesses are the two steps of finding out. Strength and weaknesses of two steps for finding out the organizational position. Finding out the organizational position and condition or status. Considering these two, organization takes steps strategically. Organization takes steps strategically. The success of strategy, implementation of strategy, depends how well the organization is able to find out the strength and weaknesses of its own. How well the organization is able to find out the success of the strategy, implementation of strategy. We have seen many cases the strategy failed. Strategy failure. So we speak like that. Now the success of this strategy, implementation of strategy, as per your own view, what strategy you have taken, if you are succeeding, that success mostly depend on the analysis of the strength and weakness of its own. Tame first nijoku chini parle, you can able to understand others. If you will overestimate, see why I'm telling this. First, you need to understand your strength and weakness before trying to analyze, before trying to consider others' strength and weakness. Onyoko bujila purburu first tu buz tu kon, whether you are right or wrong. If you are not able to know, if you will tell that a wrong thing as right from your side about you, then you cannot succeed. So, organization strength, weakness, when you can able to project yourself in front of others, when you are able to find out your own mistake, you cannot become a good leader. To become a leader, you need to find out your own mistake. So without considering your own mistake, you cannot point it out others' mistake. And once you are able to, if someone has not made any mistake, then you will never learn. It's a rule actually. Accept. If you are able to mistake, rather you need to accept the mistake. In many cases, we have seen the people have accepted it under pressure. Usually we do. But in that acceptance, you are not realizing that you have not made mistake. You are under pressure accepting it. So you need to accept your mistake. If you are able to accept, thank you, Natarababu. If you are able to if you are able to find out your mistake and you are accepting, then you will start learning. You will not learn. You will start learning. Now, when you are able to start learning, you need to take corrective actions. So that what will happen? Next time when you will make that mistake, you will actually no, I have made that mistake earlier. I will not do it once again. So you will change yourself. So when you will learn, when you will make mistake, then you need to accept it. Then you need to take corrective action. Then you need to calculate whether the corrective actions are succeeding or not. So this is what is the process of converting your weakness into as your strength. Pratyek weakness ko tame strength re ketebele convert kariba when you will accept it, when you will take corrective measure, corrective steps, then you will convert your weakness as your strength. So we have a different chapter. So strength and weakness. Then once you are able to find out your strength and your weakness, then we can think of the strength and weakness of the opponent. You need to analyze more strength either ta strength either ame compare korchu, we do compare, we do research, we analyze both the strength. More market re potential achi tar market re potential nahi, more brand achi tar brand nahi, tar market re wealth achi more wealth nahi, tar jete market stakeholder sita bhala bonding achi more nahi. So in that way, with our HR policy टिके weak, more HR policy बहुत strong. ता पाखरे बहुत human resource, motivated human resource अच्छी मो पाखरे नहीं सिलंदु. मु इतने point गुड़ा को कहूँ ना, when I'm telling these points are only identified the presence and absence. Thank you, Priyanka. These points are identified with the presence and absence. If it is present, then it is. I may consider whether the point are positive or negative. If it is present, then it is your strength. If it is absent, then it is your weakness. Now you need to consider in that way. So now once I am able to find out the strength and weakness, self-strength and weakness, then we can think of the strength and weakness of the opponent. When you are able to find out the strength and weakness of the opponent or competitor, we will start converting the strength of the opponent as the threatening. Oh, I'm comparing. Now in that comparison, that competitor is superior than me. So I'm below the level and he is below the above. The competitor is above the line. Sorry, I'm below the line and the competitor is above the line. That means it is a threatening for me. Similar in case of the weaknesses are there. I am above the line and the competitor is below the line. Then opportunities are there to excel. Opportunities are there to sell the product more as compared to the competitor. So this is how we analyze the strength and weaknesses of the competitor. Now there is no term like threatening and opportunity. What a specific term nahi. What I feel, it is there in the book, but what I feel, we convert the strength and opportunity threatening analysis when rather opportunity threatening are the outcome of the analysis of the strength and weakness of the competitor. That is what I wanted to speak here. Now see, what happens, I will tell some systematic points, 20 systematic points, and if you remember these 20 systematic points, then this will tell the strength, weakness, opportunity and threatening. Common point. Say common point ethi rahibo, say common point ethi rahibo, say common point ethi rahibo ebong ethi rahibo. So that is only possible when we consider it from organization point of view. When we think of individual, that is not possible. Ticket change ho jay. Individual, person concerned asile, because person concerned re emotion achi. Why you know? Person concerned re emotion achi, sentiment achi. Okay, person concerned kon achi, feeling rahi jauchi. Organization se jinsa ta nahi. We never consider someone's emotion, feeling, sentiment according to that we work. Nahi bhai. Organization policy is above to all. Policy agree. So in that way, we basically think of this. Now, what are those key points? So these 20 points, nowhere you will get. It is my 20 points I have identified. So these 20 points, if it is present, then these are your strength. If any points are absent, below the line, then these are your weakness. And if those points are there present in your competitor, then this is what is, we can say, is your threatening to you. And if it is below the line with your competitor, then it is opportunity. But individual something else will happen. But it is possible in case of organization. Somehow, this is what is the difference between individual strength, individual weakness, and organizational strength and organizational weakness. What I feel, because it is, you may read a different thing in different book, but my feeling I shared, I see the strength and weakness in this way. If you are accepting, it is good. If you are saying no to it, it is also good because it is your view. I am giving my view. Now, what are the 20 key points which are basically discussed in strength weaknesses of self as well as of the organization? Now, one is, we can write it that financial status. The financial status is very important. If it is present, then the strength is there. If it is less than below the belt ame koche. If it is below the line, then it is weakness. So you need to strengthen it. You need to work on it so that your financial status will increase. Then next, because mu feel kare lokonkara jodi finance टिके पैसा कमी गला account रे से very विब्रत होती. What I have seen in my father's case, जदि तांकर account रो गोटे below line चली गला से बिचारा तो नांती he is no more. But he is always, he usually feel very disturbed when balance come down. So तांकर पैसा तिले हम ऊपर पैसा अच्छे I can support anyone. So that is what, from organizational point of view, if your financial status is below, then it is very alarming situation. You cannot implement change. So financial is the most. Supporting to that, HR policy. Your HR policy, the human resources, those who are working, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Policy. It is also one parameter which contributes a lot to the strength. If it is absent, then it is your weakness. So the manpower, see, you people are our human resources. Now, if you will not interact, if you will not speak to us, then we feel weak. If you are speaking, if you are interacting, then we feel strengthful. So we are always strengthful with our students' interaction. And you see, one thing always happens. I don't know about others. The same thing must be happening with other teachers. The more you will interact, the more points come from my side. So I interact my mind will many things I create here inside the class. I never come prepared to the class. Many things are there which usually come to my mind instantly when I interact with the student. So you people are the source of energy which gives to these teachers. So you people are the source. So see, if that energy and strength depends on the stakeholders, the people, those who are working with us. Now, that is what is HR policy, the human resource policy, the recruitment policy, the selection policy, training development policy, wage policy. So these all come cumulative. I'm not defining it individually. Individually, strength, weakness, but that HR policy includes all R to R. Recruitment to retirement, hiring to firing. Stages. So one is financial status, financial statement, then HR policy, then leadership and governance. Oh, leadership is the key parameter. Okay, many times we have seen people were less than they are performing less than the level, but the leader, the captain decision was very crucial. I mean, CSK. Okay, CSK is
leadership and
yes,
governance.
Leadership and governance. Many times we have seen the presence of Dhoni changed the match. We have seen that. The presence of Rohit Sharma changed the match. So this is all about the art of leading the people. If we know we have a great leader, we have a good leader. Okay, so that leader changes the situation. Okay, a student came to me and someone came to me. Now he's a student. He told, sir, I have completed MBA in 2014. Yes, I don't remember. No, sir, I came to you, I discussed with you, and you told that to take admission here. Then I told, sir, FM is also giving MBA, and I am staying nearer to Fakir Mohan University, nearer to Baleswar. Why I will not do there? Why I will do here? I'm not there. You will not get a leader like Sujita Acharya at FM University. So I took admission here. I have completed. Now I become a OS officer. He told that now he's a OS officer, and proudly he told, sir, I qualified in the OS. Now I become OS officer. So that is what is the concept. So as in joking, I told, so leadership and governance that changes the organization situation condition. So that is one strength of the organization. Next is your organizational structure. तमरा शॉर्ट रे खंडे क्वेश्चन निश्चित रूपे आसीबो जहा क्वेश्चन आसुची मु भाबुची तमे एगुडा का यू नो ऑल दोस पॉइंट्स यू विल रियलाइज दीस आर द की पॉइंट्स but you remember at least 10 points out of 20 if you are writing 10 no one can stop you to give good marks. So organizational structure, what is that? We think of the organizational structure as tall structure, flat structure, rigid structure. So many ways we define. Matrix structure. So organizational structure, what is that? Tall, flat. So that differentiate. I'm going to tall hierarchy is more. This is what is tall structure. Reporting is more. Delayed in decision making. Now, flat structure is this. Level is very less. So, which kind of structure is appropriate for that kind of organization? You need to think of. Our structure is the best. Our hierarchical position differentiation of opinion nahi. We usually meet regularly and we discuss and we resolve the issues. So that is what is organizational structure. The next is your physical infrastructure. So physical infrastructure, it is all about land, building, equipments, raw materials, available of raw materials, supply of raw materials. So this is another parameter. If it is present, then you are strengthful. If it is absent, then you are weakness. Then next is your technological changes. Technology. Okay. The technology, whether it is updated, whether it is outdated. Our strength is that we have an updated technology. And the weakness of the companies, the other company competitor, they do not have that kind of technology. So they still go with manual, but we are going with automated technology. So that changes the condition. The presence, see, point the presence or absence. If it is present, then it is strength. If it is absent, then it is weakness. If it is present there with the competitor, then it is threatening for you. If it is absent with your competitor, then 5 point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Physical infrastructure. Physical infrastructure. That is land, building, your said. Factory said to define you will read in Factory Act in your 4th semester if you are opting for HR specialization. Then technology, that is another year. Then one other is your product, services and quality. Product, services and quality. So that is another, the product line, the services, what you are providing, quality of the product. That is another parameter. If it is good, then you are good. If it is bad, then it is your weakness. You are unable to work. So that is another parameter. Then next is your brand development. The logo itself works. The logo will work. See, logo. I'm sorry. Thank you. Now the brand development, how you are able to develop the brand. The brand development also works a lot. So if you are like see, only the logo is there. If that logo is there, that will sell the product. So that is what is brand. You need to develop a brand, or you need to work with a brand, or you need to work with a slogan. You need to develop it. So that is another priority. Next is your innovation, research and development. So innovation, research and development, that is another parameter. So innovation, research and development. So see, how quickly you are going with the innovations. So innovativeness always more, we can say it basically gives more strength to the company. So I procured this mobile phone 10 days back. Now after 10 days, this mobile phone is outdated. The reason is that new things are being inculcated. New things are being there with the mobile phone. So this is only due to research and development and innovation. So that happens with the company. So many companies we have seen are no more in the market. Many companies like Ambassador Motor, Hindustan Motors, HMT Watch, And in fact, in somehow we can say many companies are there, those who are no more in the market because of lack of innovation, lack of research, lack of development. So still companies like Maruti is prospering. Companies like Maruti is growing because innovations, research and development are there constantly. The R&D unit is one strength, gives strength to the company. Next is your employee motivation. The motivation of the employee also works. The more motivated workforce, the more strength. Okay, how enthusiastically the people work, how much interest they have to perform. Okay, the enthusiasticness or motivation level or satisfaction level. The level of satisfaction, level of motivation also promotes the people to work more, perform more. That is what is the strength. Okay, that is what is the strength of the company. Next is, if this is present, then strength. If it is absent, demotivated, dissatisfied employee, can you function? Can you work? So it is very difficult. So demotivated, dissatisfaction, the opposite. If it is present, then it is strength. If it is absent, then we can say it is your weakness. Then next is your information system. Information and communication system. Information and communication system. Okay, next is your change implementation. How easily, without any resistance, you implement change. So it is our tendency, whenever we apply any change, people will start resisting. This is what is our psychology. आमे घरे कोन होची सोफाटा एपटकू पडिची गला बेलू देखला जे सोफाटा सेपटकू घुंची जाइथिबो काहे कि चेंज हला कोन पई चेंज हला सेठी दिला भलो दिला so people will start resisting. So this is what is our tendency. We usually resist to change, and Indian tendency is that we are very concerned about time and space. हम space सहित बहुत concerned. आज तुम ऑफिस रे बसी काम करूछ काली की कोन करा तुम स्पेस टने आ गुटे जगह बसे दिया जीवो तुम 10 दिन का सहित कथा हो. You will not speak to others for 10 days or more. You will feel very distressed, you will feel very dissatisfied, and तुम stress को पड़ेगा रात रे निद होबनी. So that is what is our tendency. So we are very हमें लगाव था इससे. So what is that? How easily we can able to implement change. How, and without any resistance. This is what is our strength. People are accepting change without resistance, without any hurdles, without any opposition. We are implementing change. So this is another point. Next is your conflict and crisis minimization mechanism. It's a conflict resolution mechanism amar kemiti company. That also is one strength. Next is your challenge. Challenge acceptance. How easily you are accepting the challenge. Then next is your partnership with stakeholders. Partnership with stakeholders. So partnership with stakeholders. So this is another parameter. So you may add to it. So usually I develop 20 parameters. मुझे 15 टा की 20 टा कही थी 1 2 3 4
सर 15 टा
हां 15 टा लिखो आउ तमे ऐड कर दे पारो. It is up to you. Now my point is that these are if it is present, then it is your strength. If it is absent, then it is your weakness. If those same points are present or more than your company, then it is threatening for you, because you are intend to become outdated. If you are outdated, then certainly your parameters will be lower than the parameter of the company on these aspects. And if your competitors' parameters are less, or lower than you, then opportunities, plenty of opportunities are there.
Sir, conflict and crisis management system, then the poroda?
Conflict, crisis, challenge acceptance, partnership with stakeholders. So our stakeholders, students are our stakeholders. How, see, alumni are our stakeholders. So our university, we now started working with the alumni. The alumni will support the unit. The alumni will support the university, the institution. And you cannot imagine, I am a student of Utkal University, Banivihar High School. It is a Odia medium school, and most school, in that we got around 1.5 crore from government. 50 lakh. We, the alumni of our school, contributed to the project, and the government gave us double or something more than that. And we could able to build a big hall with that amount. And it is only because the school had a very good partnership with its alumni. We have a strong alumni connection. We have a strong alumni base of our Banivihar High School. Usually I introduce myself as from KG to PG, I belongs to this university. KG to PG, school is Banivihar High School. Here I completed my PG, and here I am serving, and I will get my retirement from this university, and I will go back to my home after completion of my tenure. So I am a proud alumni of this Banivihar High School, Banivihar Department, Banivihar University, and I am a proud employee of this university. Thank you. So next time we will start with the unit 3, where we will discuss the formulation of strategy and all. Okay. I hope you must have understood. I try my best to tell with easy points so that you can remember. If any questions you are getting from vision, objective, or you are getting questions of environmental analysis, what are the parameters of parameters which are being analyzed from environment point of view, what is SWOT analysis, if you are getting a long question, then you can answer the questions. Okay, any doubt if you have, then please ask. Please. If any question, then please ask. Questions? Any questions? Shall I stop now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Priyanka, because you have switched on your camera.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.